Thank you. Good morning once more. Yes, we are very sorry for the hiccup. It's about the issue of technicalities, but at least we're happy that everything's okay now. Okay, we are starting a little bit late, but I promised you we try to see how to work around time so that we are able to finish in time. So this time I would like to take opportunity to just introduce ourselves so that you know the people who are going to, to be talking to you. So I think we'll start from this side. You just stand up and you say who you are and where you are from. And we try to move a bit fast. Then I think that will be good. Just mention your name and where you are from, and that will be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dixon Goa from Malindi Farmers Cooperative Society. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Bosire. I work with the Study Foundation in programs.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jonathan Mativo. I work for ICT for Development Kenya here in Kilifi.
Good morning. My name is Juma Mambo from Women Enterprise Fund. Thank you.
Good morning, team. My name is Dixon, another Dixon from, not from Malindi, but from here in Kilifi, from Shibe Delta and General Enterprises Self-Help Group, actors on aquaculture value chain. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Gerard from Kulma Grovet.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Mwengi, Study Foundation.
Good morning. I'm Consilia Indoshi from Mombasa. I work as a trainer of trainees, Google Digital Skills for Africa.
Good morning. My name is Adams Manguza. PWD is representing all disabilities.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Esther Kahindi. I'm representing the County Coordinator for Social Development, LAM.
Good morning. My name is Esther Mwikali. I work for KSEP Kral.
William Sifanzaro, Youth Enterprise Fund, Kilifi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marsha Sofa. I'm working with the Agriculture Sector Development Support Program, Kilifi.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Freddy Galuganda, and I'm working with Procasio.
Good morning once again. My name is Gedenji Diongo. I work for KSEP, that is Kenya Zero Enhancement Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stanley Kiplangat. I also work for KSEP Kral program as a monitoring and evaluation officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kalama from Magarini Constituency Adward. I'm a youth representative.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kazung Tambo from Malin Sub-County, Kakuyuni Ward.
Good morning. I'm Goa Zero from Tosha Youth Group.
Good morning. I'm Maslin Suma from Plant Village. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lemi Nyale from the Fisheries Directorate, County Government of Kilifi.
Good morning. My name is Sam Mwango, representing youth.
Morning. I'm Jamal Kasim Songo, Secretary Kibokiche Fisherman's Youth Group, Kaloni Sub-County.
Good morning. My name is Suleiman Ali Jeffa
a member was Ojema Youth Group Bamba.
Hi everyone, my name is Alvin Kemunto from Egerton University.
Good morning, guys. Brian Okech, Koilib Center, Egerton University.
Morning, my name is Zainab Maku, Field Officer, Equator, Kenya.
My name is Henry Jami. I work for Equator Kenya as Area Coordinator. We export African bird's eye chilies and we work with farmer groups including youth groups. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sonia Kabibi, the coordinator of a program named NARIG here at Kilifi. Thank you.
Good morning. Mogalo, Project Manager, Sote Hub.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I'm happy that now at least we know each other. That is very good. And now we'll move to the second session, which is the welcoming remarks. And before we do welcoming remarks, now that we know each other, I think let us start with the meeting with a word of prayer. And I would like one of the volunteers to start us with a word of prayer. Anybody who is willing to start us with a word of prayer, please? Anybody willing to start us with a word of prayer? Thank you, please.
I pray that we all stand. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this auspicious opportunity that you have enabled us to gather in this auditorium for a noble cause. Father, we commit everything unto your able hands, that this shall go well with us. We commit unto you, the facilitators on this program, that each and every sector that is represented here, it shall be well with the entire Jehovah representation. Thank you for you are God Almighty, and you're going to bless us for such an opportunity to gather for the noble cause of representing the Wananchi for a common good. We bless you and we honor you. In Jesus' name we pray and give thanks. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now the next session is on the welcome remarks. And I would like us to combine this with the official opening of the workshop, because it's the same person that is doing both tasks. And I would like to welcome Professor Peterson Semenye, who is the Dean of Agricultural Sciences and Agribusiness. So thank you very much. Welcome, Professor, for the welcome remarks and opening of the workshop.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I wish to recognize the various leaders of different organizations. I see IFAD, but I don't know whether they are represented here, but they are one of the major ones. I have known IFAD for a long time. There is ILO, and when I saw the name ILO, I thought of our very talkative, provocative Secretary General of COTU, but he is not a member here, but ILO is involved. Then there is PROCASA, which is also involved and here. And then, of course, the one that we know a lot more, I wish to recognize the CEO of Ustadi. And then we have Agro which is from Cameroon, which is the equivalent of Ustadi in Kenya. So those are the key guard, and then everybody else that is here, I thank you very much for having had the time to be able to come at a very short notice to be here. One thing that I have noticed today is that Kenyans are getting used to virtual meetings, where you don't move, you just sit in your office and everything comes there. I think it will take us time now to switch back to the physical meetings. But anyway, this is actually my first physical meeting I've attended in nearly 2 years. So, but I think the social distancing is proper and everything else is okay. As the master of ceremony told you, I'm standing in here for the university management, and I bring you greetings from the Vice Chancellor, who is in charge of academic and students affairs. And me, I come in here also as a member of the satellite for being the Dean of the School of Agricultural Sciences and Agribusiness. Now, let me just say what the management would have said. Pwani University, for those who have not been here, it started as an agricultural school for certificate and diploma courses. And the local people here, they gave this piece of land for certificate and diploma courses to the government. You know, one misconception that we have all over the world is that the government owns the land. There is no government in this world that owns land. Land is owned by the people. So the colonial government and others went to the local people here and asked them, can you give us land? And that is when they were given this Cliff Institute. And we are sitting on about 600 acres. So it started in 1987, teaching certificate. And then in the year 2007, there was a wave for converting middle-class tertiary institutions into universities. And then this is when it was made a university. And it was called Pwani University College under the tutorship of Kenyatta University. Then in 2013 was our great day when we received our charter to become a full-fledged university. Our university is a general university. It's a general university, meaning it does not specialize in anything, but it teaches almost all the degrees. A university that is specializing is probably a university that is doing one particular aspect, probably only doing geology or something of that nature. Then there are technical universities like Mombasa Technical University. So our classifications are going to be that, a general university like ours, technical, and then specialized. That is the way Kenya is going to go in the near future. And you have been reading in the newspapers about it. And we have about 350 staff, and out of the 350, 150 are teaching staff. They're in the faculty. So we have grown quite a bit from where we started off. And there are about 8 schools of teaching schools. We have the School of Agriculture, of course, which is I'm heading. There is the School of Health, Human Health. There is the School of Humanities. There is the School of Business. There is the School of Education. And education, by the way, is the biggest school here in terms of students. It attracts very many students because they think there is already employment out there, not knowing that there are about 200,000 students there waiting for a job there on the queue. But those are things that we have to tell our cousins, our children, and so on, that it is not so well. And then we have the School of Physical Sciences, like physics, chemistry, etc. So I would like to stop there on the terms of the university, but I would like now to hinge a little bit more for the next 3 or 4 minutes about the School of Agriculture. Our name is actually School of Agricultural Sciences and Agribusiness. We named the school about the year 2015 or thereabout. And I can tell you there was a war. Nobody wanted to hear the School of Agricultural Sciences and Agribusiness. They were wondering, what does agribusiness mean? It was not fashionable that time. But today, anything that has no agribusiness, is it fashionable anymore? It is not fashionable anymore. It is not the buzzword that we carry every day. And I am sure for the time that we are going to be here today, the whole day, we will hear a lot more of agribusiness. And you find that in our School of Agriculture, most of our degrees have got an annex to show that it does something else. Like we have a degree in horticulture and marketing, showing that there is something else that goes towards that. And in our mainstreaming, we mainstream business in all our degrees. We mainstream business in all our degrees. And one of the clarion call that is always there is, don't think only of employment of yourself. Think of also you becoming an employer. As you can see, I've seen the world for quite a bit. When I was doing my first degree from the University of Nairobi, the clarion call from my professors and so on was, we want you to graduate, go and be in charge of a district. Those times we had districts. That is their idea. So me and my colleagues, we were given the mentor thinking of being bosses, sitting at the back left of a Land Rover and not being worried about farmers. So that was the way we were taught. And this is why I'm very keen in my school now. I want to teach my students to be open-minded, to desire to be self-employed, and also to employ themselves, and not to refuse any job that comes their way, and just to transform that particular job. Because for me, it took me very long before I started thinking of the farmer. And that time, the buzzword was subsistence farming. Subsistence farming. I'm stressing on this thing because even the agribusiness buzzword that we have today, in 5 years it may be a different thing, and that's what we all will be singing. And I think there will be something coined very soon that will link global warming and probably agriculture. That might be the buzzword very soon. Because the buzzwords come according to funders. What donations are you getting? Are you getting in this line or in that particular line? And having said that, I would say you are most welcome. I want you to have a very open session. Be very honest. There are no hidden mics inside here, so you can say you can say anything because this is a university. In a university, people have got the freedom of being very critical and saying whatever they want. So you feel free and comfortable, and I'm sure that our stay here for this one day will be good and so on. I find it very difficult, I find it very amusing, particularly when we invite farmers to come into this hall, and we are with them for 1 or 2 days. At the end, when we give them a certificate, they say, "Nawalizania mimi sitapata certificate ya university." They feel very, very happy. So whatever you go out there, bring them here, let's teach them together with you. We give them a certificate, so these ladies go back home, knowing very well they have been also in a university, and they are going with it is a lot of pride for them. And also I think they encourage their children also to go into the university. One simple one, then I'll sit. One time one of my students was coming to inquire from me something. And then this student came with the sister, a young girl, 6 years. And then when she came into my office, she looked around, saw very many books and so on. And fortunately, in my office that time, I had a bottle of soda. I gave it to her, but I told the sister who is a student, you are not supposed to drink in the dean's office. So, because I didn't have another bottle. So we were there. I don't know. The impression, I created a very good impression to this young girl because she has since graduated now and is employed as an agriculturist. She found a very conducive environment. So a small thing can make a big change. So I am sure this conference here today, this workshop today, will make a big change to our people in Kilifi. We are always looking for food relief. I think it is time we find our ways of getting out of that. And it is when we put minds and brains like what I can see here that will get us out of there. But if we continue begging, we will never get out of there. Thank you very much, Mr. MC.
Let's clap, let's clap. Let's give a hearty clap kindly. Yes, thank you very much, Prof. I think now the workshop is officially opened, and now we have a free space to talk, and I hope everything will be fine. Thank you for that. Just a kind reminder, please. Remember, you have sanitizers, so with you, always remember that if you feel that you need to sanitize yourself, it's very important, and ensure that your mask is always on your face, so that we observe the protocols. That's very important, please. Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like us we still have 2 or more to talk about the welcome remarks, and I would like to welcome Mr. Mazuri from Ustadi, the CEO of Ustadi, to also say something. Just also to remind you, I didn't mention my name. My name is Elisha Gogo. I'm also a staff here at Pwani University, and I'm one of the organizers of this event. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Mazuri.
Thank you, Dr. Our chief guest, Professor Semenye, the Vice President of Procasua, colleagues who are here, representatives of different departments, national and county. Once again, good morning. Well, I'll be very brief, but first and foremost, I'd like to join Professor in welcoming you to this very important meeting that we're having today. It's a kickoff meeting for the Joy Project. This is not the first meeting. The first meeting was in Nakuru, and then we went to Kakamega, and now finally we are here in Kilifi, simply because this project is in 3 counties: Kilifi, Nakuru, and Kakamega. As an organization, we are primarily a capacity development facility. We do capacity development for enterprise support with a particular focus on youth and women enterprises. We are 11 years old, and we have our footprint in over 20 counties in this country. Our head office is in Nairobi, but I know we also have a satellite office here in Kilifi, because we have quite a number of projects that we've been running in this county. And I'm sure most of you are here and you've heard about Ustadi. Most of you, I can see faces that participated in the Vijabiz project, others are in the Cassava project, and many more. Now, I'd like to congratulate Pwani University, first of all, for having made it to the final line, because before settling on Pwani, we had a thorough assessment of all the institutions that we felt would pass to be the hubs for this project. We visited quite a number of institutions, and finally we agreed that Pwani was the most suitable in this region to host this project. Now, the project is about jobs and jobs for the youth. Using 2 pathways, we are looking at self-employment and wage-based employment. Self-employment in this case is we are focusing on enterprises, but of course, eventually, through those enterprises, you are able to generate jobs. Because if you're running an enterprise, you're able to, say, employ 1 or 2. But the general principle for this project is that all the enterprises that we are going to work with will generate not less than 5 jobs. So if you do 10, 20, then you'll be doing very well. And of course, wage employment, we are looking at salaried staff, where you pass through the institution, you apply for a job, you get somebody to give you a job. So we are using those 2 pathways in this project. But again, using hubs as a most innovative way of providing one-stop shop services to facilitate this noble idea. In which case then, as Pwani, We expect that this hub is going to serve this area very well. Hopefully, they will also be able to work with other satellites within this county. Considering that they are much more senior hub, we expect that they can also work with other like-minded institutions that can also provide, support in whatever they are doing. We'd like them to be as unique as possible because we know we are living in a dynamic situation, a world rather. The environment is quite dynamic. What is true today may not be true tomorrow. You also know that our youth are also very dynamic. What used to happen when we were young is not what is happening today. So as an institution, you have a responsibility to read the times and be alive to what is happening and respond to the ever-changing demands of the youth. As a project, we will be with you to support you as you walk through that path. We have an open door policy, and this is not the first time we are dealing or rather relating with Pwani University. So I am sure with the resources that you have, we will be able to change the mindset of the youth that we have in this region. When you're talking about employment, of course, we are focusing more on private sector, and this institution does not live, or rather does not exist in isolation. Understanding the ecosystem will be very important because then we expect the ecosystem to generate the jobs that will be available to the youth. So then we are urging you as much as possible to forge partnerships with the private sector within this area so that then you work towards achieving the goals of this project. They are going to help you. So do not work alone. Engage them. I'm sure they're good people. And for as long as they have the job opportunities, let them be part of you in terms of your curriculum development and all what is happening within the institution. There can be a very good contribution and addition to this project. So I do not want to take a lot of your time because I know we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I'm sure as the presentations continue, you'll be able to understand a lot more about the project, and where you need clarification, we'll be more than willing to provide that since all of us are here. But before I sit down, I'd like to introduce my staff, those that are here, so that then people can also see you. Those who are from Ustadi, just stand up kindly. The young man there is Morgan. Morgan Sigura is a project officer, Nakuru, Kakamega, and Busia. He's based in Nakuru, and he's here. We just had a kickoff meeting in Kakamega with him. Then the tall gentleman that you're seeing here is Eric Bosire. As Eric Bosire is in charge of strategy and resource mobilization, as well as programs within Ustadi Foundation. And then we have the gentleman here, we call him Bishop, Eric Njue, is based here. He's a project officer. He will be in charge of this project here in Kilifi. So when you see him around, accord him the necessary support that he needs. And then the only lady that we have, Nancy Mwangi, is our head of finance and administration. So any matters, finance and administration, she will always be more than willing to assist. So you can see we are less bureaucratic. We decide and we do. Yeah? Tunaamua, tunafanya saa hiyo hiyo. Hakuna kungojea. So thank you very much. Maybe I should welcome my colleague. Allow me to welcome my colleague from Procasua, Ariel. Maybe you can talk a bit more about the consortium, and then thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Allow me to breathe your air for a minute only. My name is Ariel Halpern. I am the vice president of an organization that is called Procasur. We became an international NGO. We started in Latin America. We are over 20 years old. We have worked in many, many places, including Southern Africa, of course, but also Asia, West Central Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean, and Asia. Our office here is in Nairobi. I am here with my colleague Fred. Fred, you say, can you wave? Thank you. That's Fred. He's working a lot in the Kenya country. What I would like to say, well, first, Procasur has been working on issues of rural youth for over 12 years now. And we are partnered with the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the IFAD, for a long time. And we have been struggling a lot, contributing our piece to the issue of empowering youth and including them into rural transformation. While I'm talking about rural transformation, I would like you to understand that it's not just about agriculture, right? Or labor, or even rural development. We're talking about having a country that is balanced in terms of what is happening in the rural and the urban. Not only the monetary resources are today concentrated in the capitals, but also the human resources. Meanwhile, we have seen that the opportunities that these youth have in the cities or even abroad, they are quite short in what they can bring. So we have seen since the last year a return to the rural development, a return to our roots, to the social networks that can raise our families, to our friends, to a healthier environment. This program is about that youth. The youth that is interested in coming back to the territories, to the communities, or that have been there, and want to make from agriculture a business, and contribute to a wealth of services and livelihoods that is richer than their parents had. But every youth is different, right? Every youth is different. So this idea of that we can put them all together into a single sack and try to mobilize them towards our objectives are not anymore valid, let me say. Education, training, our own business of support is like any value chain. If we are not providing an added value all the way across until the youth that is the consumer, probably the youth will stop consuming us, stop requiring us. The paradigm of education, of access to knowledge and information is changing quickly. So quickly that there is more possibilities that a new education system or enterprise raise than the transformation or the renewal of the existing mechanism. Nevertheless, that is the challenge that we are facing now today with Pwani, right? And with Shamberere and Coelib. Can we become relevant for the youth? Can actually the public system update their way of doing to really be a partner of the private sector? How do we overcome the idea of diplomats and training as a sole solution for our youth to become professional? How do we incorporate new technologies so the youth can study from home or they can study from the city or abroad and connect them, not even being here, with those that can help them to make something out of the land of the family or their own business? Every day, as you know better than me, there are hundreds of thousands of people entering the job market in Africa with not such a good rate. I don't have to tell you about it, right? And 99 or 95%, depending on who you see, look at, they are in an informal job. Yes? What means this in the practice? That the possibilities of them to having a pension the following day or getting assistance if they have an injury at their work is very little. We also know that only 5% of the people in the rural area are accessing some kind of support, right? So Pwani University, Chamberlain Technical Institute, COELIP at Egerton, we still have a duty in making possible that good quality services are actually reaching out to the communities where there are more needed. I wanted to finish to say something about this workshop. We want to see this workshop as a business opportunity workshop. This is not to create an idea of that we are together. When we invited you, we don't invite representatives of sectors, yes? Because we are here not to draw policies, right? Or to come to great agreements. We are here to make specific agreements with you. That's the difference between a representative and a stakeholder. This workshop is to see if you can become joint stakeholders. During the activities that we will follow, you will see different services and different opportunities that we are trying to look at. This program won't repeat any of the things that exist. Yes? This program won't train people as if they were done. This program is only meant to add value to what exists. For example, you will hear about digitalization of agribusiness. Yes? Or the inclusion or the use of new renewable technologies and energies in our agribusiness. Yes, we will talk about other kind of jobs that are available for the youth that can bring opportunities to sectors that, such as in Kilifi, are so important as tourism. This program will work with 50% of women and 50% of men. Not 42 and 58, no, 50 and 50. So we need your help to make this actually work for women and men, to be customized in order that women in their own cycle of life can participate and can be entrepreneurs or get a better job. This program won't be supply driven, this will be demand driven. And that's why the private sector, which are the enterprise, the cooperative, the SACOs, but also the agri companies, the financial sector, the suppliers, etc., have to have a role. So this is not a program that is led by Ustadi or implemented only by Pwani. This is a program that is meant to revitalize the ecosystem. This word of ecosystem sounds strange because I think about palms and monkeys and flowers and trees. But when we're talking about ecosystem, it relates to all those organizations, enterprises, entities that exist in this territory and need to be included. Pwani, Ustadi, Procasur is here actually to help you to facilitate the interlinkages that already exist among us but are quite weak. So I appreciate especially the youth for being here. I hope that you don't mind to raise your voice because this program is for you. So on behalf of Procasur, but also the International Fund for Agricultural Development and the International Labour Organization, the ILO, we are very happy to be here and we hope that this program is much of a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ariel, for the good introductory remarks. And now I think for those that were not sure about what we are doing here, the information is becoming clearer and clearer as we proceed. So it's all about youth and how we can be able to bring youth on board so that we can work together. Thank you very much for that. Now the next session is to bring about the objectives and other things related to JOY, and therefore I would like to welcome Mr. Eric Bosire to make a presentation in relation to that. Thank you. And just as he's setting up his presentation, I would like to let you know that this workshop is being streamed live, and just note that we are online. Thank you.
Just 1 minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit at loss because if I present from here, then I have my back to you, which is not very good practice, but I still need to read from here. But all the same, let's get started. First and foremost, thank you, Professor, CEO, and Ariel for your kind remarks. I believe we have a brief idea about what the project is, but now we are going to drill down a little bit and see what the nuts and bolts are. Now, the project, the official or the title of the project is what we see there. That is boosting rural youth employment opportunities through integrated agribusiness hubs in Cameroon and Kenya. So this particular approach or this particular project is being implemented in other countries, but in terms of these partners, it is in Cameroon and Kenya. We also have a similar initiative, for example, in Nigeria. We have a similar initiative in Rwanda. We have a similar initiative in Mozambique. Now they are onboarding other countries, including Algeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and I think others. I don't want to mention all of them because some of them I don't know. But you can see the project is big. It's Africa-wide, but in Kenya, we are the local partner. Procasua is the lead partner. So we are the local implementing partner. Now, you'll also see the word joy there. And you're asking yourselves, oh, but the project is called Boosting Rural Opportunities through Integrated. How does that translate into joy? Anyway, the acronym is not for this, but the project itself is called Jobs Open for the Youth. Yeah, that's what JOY stands for, Jobs Open. So are we together? Now, just to go into the objectives, I will not go into, yes? One second. We need to also present this online. So as he copies, kindly bear with me. But where were we? Jobs open? And that is why you had our CEO and Ariel as well focus a lot on the jobs issue. We will get into the nitty-gritties as we continue. The last logo, as he's doing that, is for Agro PME. Agro PME is the lead the local implementing partner in Cameroon. Huh? So they also have an initiative there. Dr. Is it copied? Okay, now take me to the next slide kindly. Yeah. But I want to do it as what a slide shows. Huh? Why isn't it bringing that? Should be there now, huh? Hmm? Okay, we are back. So what are the workshop objectives then? Why are we here? And what do we want to achieve probably at the end of the day today? Keeping it simple, but very focused. Number one, we would like to appraise ourselves about the project. What is it all about? What is this animal called joy? How does it function? What are the arrangements? How do we fit in? Yeah? I think that is still a gray area. Amma, do we know what joy is? Because if we do, then we can as well wrap up. Yeah? I mean, there'll be some other exercises, but do we all know what joy is yet? Not yet, eh? So we will get to know what it is and how we fit in and how maybe perhaps our roles and responsibilities. We also want to revisit opportunities and identify stakeholder engagement. And this is what Ariel was saying, you know. Stakeholders are those actors within the ecosystem. So we want to, okay, we have identified some of you, but we also want to revisit the opportunities for interacting together as stakeholders within, or rather with between the project and stakeholders within the ecosystem. We also need to realign, you know, partnerships and collaborations. Who are we going to partner with, for example? Who are we going to collaborate with as we implement? Yeah? Private sector collaborations, collaborations between other actors within the ecosystem, the hubs, the private sector. Yeah? IFAD, for example, or IFAD investments and the project. IFAD investments maybe even on the hub. Yeah? In certain cases, we also have not only IFAD, but you know, other partners, for example. You can see Nariga here, yeah? SDSP are here. And we need to know how to work with each other and leverage on those resources that we have. Sort of, you know, so that we can achieve, you know, better outcomes, but also in certain instances also stretch the dollar and provide value for money. Yeah? And lastly, we'd also like to identify incentives for stakeholder participation. What are the incentives for our participation as stakeholders? And we'll have an exercise a group exercise where we are able to unearth some of the incentives. You'll be able to tell us, what's in it for you? Simply put, what's in it for you? And not only what's in it for you, but how do we work together? Because incentives are both ways. Yeah? So those, in summary, would be the 4 objectives and leading to, what we want to achieve at the end of the day. Now, I will take you through the project itself at some point, but let me also take you through the program. I believe all of us have a copy of the program, do we? Yeah? So I don't need to beam it. We can go through it together very fast as we catch up with time, or as we make up for some lost time. Where are we right now? Just a check so that we are all together. Where are we right now on the program? We are somewhere between at 9:40 and 10, introduction to the workshop. So after this, we shall then go into introducing the JOY project, what it is all about, take you through, the targets, the goals, objectives, what we are hoping to achieve, who we are, the various actors in the ecosystem, and so on and so forth. I don't want to preempt that, but we'll take you through so that you have a better understanding and a better idea about what the project is about. But before I go there, or before I also go further, just to reiterate, this is an IFAD funded project. Now, IFAD are doing most of the heavy lifting. We are also contributing a bit as partners. Procaso is contributing, ILO is contributing, Study and other partners are contributing. But IFAD is the major funder of this project, and as well as the MasterCard Foundation. But then again, through IFAD. MasterCard Foundation through IFAD, but they are doing the heavy lifting. So it's also good to acknowledge, where these resources are coming from, so that we all know, even as we interact with others. So we'll go through that, goals and objectives, current status, maybe not the way forward yet, because I believe at some point we'll develop that together. Then we'll also have, an introduction from Pwani University, the PU Hub, your other related projects here, Agri-Engage, Enable, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Hub, and the role of the PU. We'll then have some testimonials from some of the youth who are here. As Ariel said, it's always good to hear your voice, and please feel free to speak. I remember when I was younger, I would always get intimidated as well. But I was never given that free opportunity to speak. So just speak, give your testimonial. I believe you know yourselves. So we'll hear from the youth, the voice of the youth a bit. Then we'll have a question and answer session before we go into tea break. I think, to the best of my knowledge, I don't know what Daktari, did you say that this workshop has officially been opened? I heard you saying that. So we already did that, Chini ya maji. Yeah? So we already did that. So we might want to, just reallocate that time. After that, now we'll go into the real, let's say, into the meat of this, in the sense that we'll have breakout sessions. Because again, we don't also want to make this a typical, workshop or meeting. What Ariel said, we mean it. That we want each and every stakeholder here to be able to participate in the project and identify where they are going to participate, what are your incentives to participate, and so on. Yeah? So that we are able to work together. And that's what these group sessions are going to be able to bring out. So I know it's hot today, but expect us to do a little bit of work on those group sessions so that now we have a clear roadmap on how we are going to engage. And when we say we are going to engage, we mean we are going to proactively engage with each other. It's not one of the sessions maybe where we say, oh, Narig will do this, and then we don't reach out to you. Narig, expect to see Eric Njue at your office. Madam Wikali, expect to see Eric Njue at your office. Private sector, the same, yeah? We will be knocking doors and saying, okay, fine, we agreed to do this, let's do it. We committed to do this, let's do it. We are supposed to support you here, we will. So that's what the group sessions will be around that. We'll then have a plenary session. We'll have some facilitators, facilitating those group sessions, but we'll break out into group sessions. Have a plenary session after that to present what our findings are. In the meantime, we'll also consolidate those findings, have specific recommendations and matching points, as well as a developer, a way forward. After which, around 4-ish, if we can make up for lost time, we can call it a day for today. Are we together? Did I lose somebody anywhere? You can still ask. Silence means? No, please ask. We are together. So in terms of how we are moving, we are together. Somewhere we may make up for lost time, but I think that's generally how we plan to move. Daktari, I'm looking at the time. I can go straight into the next session, but sometimes it also depends on what participants are feeling and what arrangements have been made. I go straight, huh? Okay. To alternate between sitting and standing. I have a problem sometimes with my legs, so I have to sit, stand, stand. Am I allowed? I can stand, though. Okay. I will sit a bit and then stand for the rest. So, the Joy project is going to be rolled out in 3 counties in Kenya. You have heard the names Shamberere. Do any of you know where that is? Have you ever heard of it before? No, eh? Shamberere is a technical training institute. It is in Kakamega. That is one of the counties of focus. The other one is Nakuru. You have heard of Koilib. Have you heard of Koilib? That is going to be the principal hub. We have 2 satellite hubs and 1 principal hub. So the principal hub is at Koilib, Egerton University in Nakuru. Yeah? Then one of the satellite hubs is in Kakamega, and the other one is right here where you are sitting at Pwani University in Kilifi. So those are the 3 counties where the project is going to be present. It does not mean, you have heard of the word ecosystem, I'm going to go into it. It does not mean that we do not interact with other counties where stakeholders are present within the ecosystem. So maybe neighboring counties such as here we are talking about Mombasa, maybe Kwale, depending on where the stakeholders are. So, but this is the principal target county for the satellite hubs. So now I'll stand. So one principal hub where, Mr. Masha? Principal hub where? Egerton University, correct. And 2 satellites, one in Kilifi and one in Kakamega. So what are we targeting at the end of the day? This project is for 3 years, 36 months, if I'm not wrong. By the end of those 3 years, we would like to see 875 youth transitioning to decent wage employment, yeah? That is 70% of the total number of 1,250. 875 transition into decent wage employment. So they are employed in industries, maybe in processing units, maybe even financial institutions, yeah, where relevant, and so on. 875 of those should transition, or those who pass through the three hubs will transition into wage employment. And then a further 375, or 30% of the total targeted number, will benefit from self-employment, in which case we are targeting to work with not necessarily youth enterprises, which are startups, but people who have already maybe existing businesses. But that is, again, up for debate. That's why you can always advise us, and that's why we are here. Yeah? So, just to see if the numbers have stuck with us, it is what? Mr. Thiongo? 875 for decent wage. Professor, 375 for? Excellent. Allow me to be at least the teacher today. Sorry, the facilitator today. Yeah. Okay, so then there will be 1,800, and so it is expected that out of those self-enterprises, those will employ a further 5 in the enterprises. So we are talking about 1875 in total as additional beneficiaries. But the primary ones are the 875 and the 375. I'll go faster now. So, now if you look at the implementation arrangements, that's basically how it looks like. We have Procasua, as we said, as the lead. We have ILO as a partner. We have Ustadi as the local implementing partner. And then, Madam Wikali, we have IFAD projects as well, because we must align to existing IFAD investments. One of them is KSEP KRAL. Another one is ABDP. That is aquaculture, yeah? The other one is Profit 2, although it has another name, FK FINFA, something like that, yeah? And the last one is Kenya Livestock Commercialization Project, yeah? Those 4 we are targeting to align with. KSEP KRAL, ABDP, Profit 2, KELCOP. We are also aligning with other existing initiatives, especially the E4D program from GIZ and the Agri-Jobs for Youth program as well. We'd like to align with them because we have similar approaches and we have similar targets. So then there we have COILIB, Pwani University as a satellite, Shamberere as another satellite. Who are the actors within this ecosystem? As Ariel pointed out, and even the CEO, that is the ecosystem now. Yeah? It consists of the business and enterprise sector, so that includes farmers. I'll not read all of them. Farmers, agro suppliers, tech suppliers, the SMEs, county and national governments. Are you here, county, national government? Do we have county representatives here? Okay, they are here. We have to also, you also actors within that ecosystem, yeah? We have research, education, and TVETs, so R&D centers and so forth. We have other networks such as civil society, so other civil society organizations that are going to be found within the ecosystem. We have, players who are providing infrastructure, machinery, equipment, fabrication, telecom, ICT, transport, logistics, and so on. Those are also actors. Those who can provide, for example, co-working spaces, but we'll talk about that later. We have employment services providers, or EDS. So you know about BDS? Yeah? Wanamativo, you know about BDS? Now there is EDS. So employment services providers. Yeah? Okay? And then there is business service providers or business development services providers. Then there's also another actor is financial institutions. So we're talking about VSLAs, SACCOs, the financial sector, for example, banks and so forth. So again, just to reiterate what the CEO said, this project does not exist in isolation. For it to work, let's be honest with each other, we must interact with other actors within the ecosystem. Pwani University, Professor, you are not going to be able to deliver, even if we have the youth passing through here, getting skills and so forth. If other actors, for example, in the industry, do not offer them placement, then they have just passed and gained skills. But we want to take it to the next level. We want to complete the cycle, yeah? So that they pass through here and then get apprenticeship and then get placement. And we shall support that. The same as other IFAD initiatives. KSEP Kral, you already have youth. We can benefit from the ones that you are working with so that they also pass through here. We are already starting to create synergies. And so on. Those are just examples. But I hope you are now beginning to see the picture, yeah? It's not just about incubation and mentoring and training. It's about completing the cycle. It's about apprenticeship. It's about placement, yeah? It's about giving them the skills, the relevant skills that are demanded by the workforce so that they transition. So I believe again, the CEO mentioned the 70-30, and I've also mentioned it again. Just to check again, Esther, I'll pick on you. Okay, let me pick on the lady from Narig. How many wage? What? 875. That's good. If you can hear me from the back there and say the number, then it means the message is reaching. So 875. So that's the 70-30 ratio, 875 to 375, yeah? So again, the whole relationship with the ecosystem is going to ensure our success. It's not going to be in isolation. We are not just going to be focusing on training youth and giving them skills. That is the older approach. We want to see tangible results at the end of of the 3-year period. And then number 5, again, is just to re-emphasize a lot of private sector participation in terms of the value chains and so forth. Linkages with financial institutions, yeah, fintech, agri-tech, those are private sector, yeah? Processors, those are mostly private sector, isn't it? Input providers, those are private sector, yeah? SMEs, those are private sector. There's going to be a lot of emphasis on private sector participation in this particular project so that we can get the results. In any case, once, just again checking, once, you know, people finish their degree courses or whatever courses they go through, the biggest employer is mostly the private sector, yeah? It used to be the government when I was younger, but those days are gone, eh? Professor, am I right? Okay. Eh? They went long time ago, so Professor says. Yeah. So I'll take it again very quickly. Look at the hub ecosystem. I'll not go through everything again. Those are some of the actors in the ecosystem. Financial institutions, investors, training institutions, large companies, transporters, industry organizations or industry associations, the farming community themselves, yeah, are also members of the ecosystem. For example, madam, if you own a farm somewhere and you employ a couple of youth, yeah, you're also contributing, yeah? You're members of the ecosystem. So those are some of the actors. I'll not go through them. Now, how is this rolling out? Very quickly, without reading again through everything. We have a startup phase, which we are currently going through. So we have done one national launch for the project, which was done at Koilib. We have done a launch for Kakamega County at Shamberere. We have done, or we are doing this launch. So we are sort of building the foundation, sensitization, awareness. You need to know what this animal called joy is. That's what we are. That's what we are also doing. Yeah? Time? Okay. So information awareness, linkages with IFAD projects, we are already establishing those and so forth. And then we have also carried out a couple of studies. Quickly, I'll get to them soon. One of the studies is on rural labor market assessment. The other one is on the value chain assessment. Another one is institutional capacity assessment. There are ongoing as well studies on green jobs and renewable energy. I will share that with you. So there's the startup, there's the pre-hub, where we also, I mean, some of those studies are featuring. We will be shortly involved in onboarding the youth who will benefit from this project. And perhaps, I think we shall involve, you know, some of the institutions, but we have to do an onboarding process. Huh? But we have developed, or we are developing a targeting strategy, after which we onboard. Then, again, I said I will not read everything. So there's the whole issue of systems upgrades, trainer and coach identification, so TOT identification, curriculum development, and so forth. That'll be at the next phase. Then we have the hubs operations phase. So that is, again, as I said, you know, developing and organizing curriculum, technical assistance support to TOTs, outreach mechanisms with counties, you know, engaging with innovative financial institutions, and so on. That's how it is. So you might also want to ask yourselves then at this stage, what are the services that the hubs are offering essentially? What will Koili be offering? As Pwani, what are we going to be offering, for example? Yeah? This is the way we envisaged it. The principal hub will be offering, will be strengthening the capacity of the satellites. They'll be involved in the trainings, systems upgrade, provision of farm schools, where people can learn by doing, digital facilities, R&D, and support the satellites with business modeling. Then the satellite hubs, will be doing business incubation, the coaching and training and the mentorship, facilitating access to business development and employment development services. You'll also offer ICT facilities and be involved in partnership building. It's not extremely exhaustive, but essentially, this is what services the principal hub and the satellites will be offering, as envisaged. That I have mentioned to some extent, but I'd like to pick on bullet number 4, I believe. The value chain analysis which was carried out and the rural neighbor market assessment has largely informed the project on where the jobs will be coming from. Yeah? Where will the jobs be coming from? What are the youth interested in within specific value chains? What are the opportunities? What does the market demand? So let's just pick that one. I will elaborate on that. And then again, the last point is on the targeting strategy, which I said is being developed in order to onboard the youth. So criteria for onboarding the youth. Yeah? Employment levels, age group, people with disabilities, and so forth. That is being developed and will be shared. Okay. Oops, that is the wrong, sorry. That is supposed to read value chains in Kilifi, so ignore the word Kakamega. Yeah? Now, as per the value chain analysis that was conducted, or the value chain study, those are the most promising value chains where the youth can be involved in Kilifi. Because some people may say, hey, but where is cashew nut? Huh? That's not what the youth are interested in here. Huh? Where is coconut? They are not interested in coconut here. Not the youth. Others are interested, yeah, but not the youth. So this is youth specific. Go through them very quickly. Chilies, green grams and beans, cassava, exotic and local traditional leafy vegetables, melons, that is watermelon, poultry, and fish farming. Those are the value chains that we are likely or we will target in this county and within the ecosystem. And this is based on factual evidence coming from the value chain analysis. Just to give you a brief, synopsis or overview. Those are the areas, the potential opportunities in the VC nodes. And this is a general synopsis because it applies to most of the counties. What does this mean in essence? That most of the youth are interested in marketing, yeah, within the specific value chains, 63%. That is where most of the jobs will maybe be derived from, because they're interested a lot in marketing opportunities. Processing is another one, They're interested in packaging, cutting, you know, all those processing things, working in the industries. There you can get a lot of youth in terms of the catchment. I'll not go through all of them. Production. We always sometimes think they are not interested in production, but they are interested in production, but within specific areas. Those are the areas. Technical and management services at production level. Not digging, yeah? Maybe in fishing boats, repairing marine engines, yeah? Those kind of things. They're interested in that. We'll share this with you so you can take notes where you'd like to also get clarification, but this will be shared with you. Yes? Yes? Okay. So one of the value chains also includes cereal. Yeah. And then this is where this is, again, as Ariel said, this is where they are interested with respect to the labor market. Okay. I am almost at the tail end, so bear with me. So what are this is some of the data that came out of the rural market or the rural labor market assessment. What are the categories of employees that are needed most by employers? Yeah? So what do employers need most? 63% say they need marketers. About 36% say they need, you know, distributors. 30% of actors say they need farm workers, you know, people to work in their farms, people maybe even to manage their farms, and so on and so forth. Extension agents is also there. There's an opportunity there. And this is coming from the market itself. And then processors, 22%, supervisors, 18%, drivers and logistics, about 15%, and the list goes on and on. Now, employers need these people, but there are challenges. So they are saying, okay, fine, we are looking for this kind of people. But they have also said, yeah, in the quest for us to find this kind of people, there are some challenges we are encountering. What are those? Number one, lack of practical skills. They are saying, you know, many of the youth also don't have practical skills, or generally, people don't have practical skills. There's lack of self-drive. There's poor communication skills. Graduates are more theoretical in terms of their experience. They want more practical, hands-on experience. Then there's lack of creativity. The list goes on. Again, I won't finish, but it speaks for itself. Yeah? Do you think this is true? Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of yeses here. So this is really scientific, and it is bringing out the reality, yeah? That is it. Those are the labor force requirements, or rather the recruitment challenges. When they want to recruit, they are facing these challenges. So it also informs our interventions. How are we going to tailor-make our curriculum, for example, to maybe address some of these gaps, amongst other things. Now, these are challenges particularly in recruiting youth in this sector, in the agriculture sector. Yeah? This is youth specific. The other one was a bit general. So most employers are saying the youth lack required skills. They are impatient. want to make money quickly. Hmm? They demand high pay. Just like me, when I graduated, I said I'm not taking a job that's less than 20,000, but my first job I got for 8,000 eventually. But that's the reality. Huh? They demand high pay. They lack professional maturity, and they have, I am only picking the first 5, they have a negative perception to agriculture. Again, is this true? There are youth here. Does this speak to you also in terms of, yeah? Okay. So what are the employers' perceptions then to the agri courses currently offered? This is now speaking to Professor, you'll bear with us here, but I mean, this is the feedback that we got. The industry is saying that many of the agri courses, there is minimal exposure of learners to practical sessions. It's a lot of theory. Huh? So employers are saying, hey, now these people who are graduating and so forth, who are passing through some courses, they have a lot of theory. Eh? Number 2, courses mainly dwell, okay fine, that's the same, dwell on theoretical aspects. So there's minimal exposure of learners to practical sessions. The courses take longer than necessary. There's minimal exposure of learners to internship opportunities. A bit true, Professor? Yes. Okay, and the last study was an institutional capacity assessment. I'm at the tail end. All the institutions, Koilib, Chamberere, Pwani University, were assessed. There was an organizational capacity assessment undertaken for each of the institutions. These are the key things that came out in terms of the capacity gaps. Yeah? Just the capacity gaps. Or the key recommendations, rather. To ensure healthy working relationships, there needs to be formalization of partnerships, for example, between USTUDY and the satellites and the hub. So through MOUs, so that we have clear working relationships, roles, responsibilities, incentives for participation, what expectations you have of us, what expectations we have of you. Yeah, that's a recommendation. Number 2, the hubs should be supported in developing and strengthening their links with external partners. The last time we were at Kakamega, there is an ABDP, aquaculture project there, and we were asking, during a similar session as this, how many of you have heard of ABDP at the institute? And the guy of ABDP was seated right there. And this, you know, it's like just 2 people had heard of it. So you need to strengthen your your existing relations. Professor, are you, just a question, are you working closely with KSEP CRAL? For example, just to pick one, eh? Maybe with NARIG? With NARIG, yes, yeah. So continue that way, eh? Expand. Based on the skills gaps identified, there will be need to organize and deliver tailor-made trainings. Of course, this has to do with curriculum development to make sure that trainings are tailor-made and that they are demand-driven, especially within the context of joy. Yeah? And lastly, yes. Yeah. Can I kindly ask you to hold that question and we take it during the plenary, yeah? But you'll be the first that I will pick. Yeah? Thank you. So based on the skills identified, there is need to organize and deliver tailor-made training. So the whole issue is around tailor-made trainings and The last one is on developing sustainable resource mobilization strategies. This is across each hub. It's not Pwani specific. Koilib are much better than some of you at this, but you know, for additional income streams and to support activities. So, as I said, I was at the tail end. I have now reached the end. So that's a brief synopsis of, you know, the project itself, the targets, what we should try and begin thinking about in terms of demand-driven services, the ecosystem and the actors who we shall be interacting with, the project period, and so forth. I hope I haven't taken too much time, but I hope that it's a bit clearer now. Again, is it a bit clearer now? Or should I go through it again? No, it's clear, right? Yeah? So thank you very much for listening. And yeah, I'd like to then leave it at that and give it back to the MC. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Eric. Can you give him a hearty clap, please? That's not a better one, please. Can you make it better? Yeah, that looks better now. Thank you very much, Eric. I think just like you said, things are getting clearer and clearer as we proceed. Okay, thank you very much. I think at this point, I wouldn't want us to continue because I believe that the sugar levels are getting lower and lower. So what I would like us to do is that you're going to do a little bit of change. Because the official remarks was already done, it means that we have some time to play around with after tea break. So what I would request now is that we'll get out, and it is good that the tea is just being served outside here. Then we take our tea. Then after that, when we come back, we'll have presentation from Pwani University and testimonials from our youth. We have 2 youth who are going to give us some bit of the opportunities and challenges that they're facing out there, our alumni from Pwani University. And after that, we'll have a breakout session, and that will require a bit of explanation, which we'll do after that. So what I'm requesting now is that we get out so that we can have a group photo, a quick one, then immediately we take tea. And I would request that please let us try to be a bit quick when you're taking tea so that we use very little time, probably not more than 10 minutes. If we do that, I'll appreciate. Thank you very much. And please, for online viewers, if you have any comments, anything if you need more clarification, any question, you can just post. We'll collect them and be rest assured that we'll take care of that. Thank you. Kindly, please, let us try to be a bit fast because time is not on our side. Please, let's go for group photo. Yeah, I think.
the way that you love and the way that you come, for all that you've done and all that you'll do. My heart pours out. Thank you, thank you. For the way that you don't have to come, but you always do. You show up in splendor, change the whole room. You don't have to come, but you always do. You show up in splendor and change the whole room. How do I say thank you for the life that you gave and the cross that you bore, for the love you poured out to ransom my soul. My heart pours out this thankful song. You don't have to come, but you always do. You show up in splendor and you change the whole room. You don't have to come, but you always do. You show up in splendor and you change the whole room. You walk through all of my walls, conquered my shame, stepped into my past, filled my world with grace. You didn't have to come, but you wanted to. You walk through all of my walls, conquered my shame, stepped into my past, filled my world with grace. You didn't have to come, but you wanted to. You don't have to come, but you always do. You're right here in your splendor, standing in this room. I see the fire in your eyes. I see the mercy in your smile.
Tulipoanza mambo ya ukulima tulianza na mradi ya maji, tukaona uko na challenges nyingi as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa security ni cha juu. Tuka-upgrade hiyo mradi ukakuja ya kufuga catfish. Na by then tukatafuta ku-upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company as in comprising of youths na lingine. So tukatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo mambo ya ukulima kwetu kwa kikundi, tukapata pesa tukaona merry go round na table banking. Kuna challenges nyingi as in tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi na tukiuza kidogo kuna kuja 10,000, mara kuna kuja 14,000 hivyo hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja, na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huko local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target market locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabis, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabis walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa export tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tunaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. Sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tunaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama
In traditional recirculation aquaculture, RAS, the environmental condition of rearing tank can be controlled in a facility. Therefore, the system has advantages that it is less susceptible to external factors such as red tides, fish diseases, heavy weather, and it is also high yielding. However, traditional RAS also has disadvantages of high initial costs, high running costs, and thus low profitability. For RAS, attempts to reduce costs while maintaining productivity have been made for a long time. Ultra-fine bubbles that are making innovations in various fields has been found to be a key to external factors such as red tides, fish diseases, heavy weather, and it is also high yielding. However, traditional RAS also has disadvantages of high initial costs, high running costs, and thus low profitability.
So tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi, as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. Tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish. Na by then tukatafuta ku upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company, as in comprising of youths. Jina lingine. So tukatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry-go-round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi na tukiuza kidogo kunakuja 10,000, mara kunakuja 14,000. Hivyo hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja, na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huku local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target market locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabis, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabis walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa expo tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa, and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tunaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. Sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tunaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii,
tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi, as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. Tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish, na by then tukatafuta ku upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company, as in comprising of youths jina lingine. So tukawatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry-go-round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi, na tukiuza kidogo kunakuja 10,000, mara kunakuja 14,000. Hivyo hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja, na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huku local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target market locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabis, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabis walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing,
na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa expo tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani Ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products.
Wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see expanding their
So tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi, as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. Tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish, na by then tukatafuta ku upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company, as in comprising of youths, jina lingine. So tukatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry-go-round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi, na tukiuza kidogo kuna kuja 10,000, mara kuna kuja 14,000. Hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja. Na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huku local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target market locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani Ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabiz, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabiz. Walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa expo tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani Ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa, and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. Sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa
My job is to make college easier because students have a lot on their plates. Like Harper, an econ major who piles on the pressure. Grammarly can help her stress less.
This term paper's gotta be great. It's a third of my grade.
Your ideas are on the money. Let's make sure they come across clearly with Grammarly. Watch it work. Watch it work.
Wow, that is stronger.
And Avery, an engineering major who runs on ambition and coffee. Grammarly can get her dream job.
My application needs to stand out. They only meet with the top candidates.
If you want to make a good impression and nail your delivery, use Grammarly. You don't want to pull another all-nighter, do you? Now that's taking it to the end zone. Yeah. Oh, touchdown with Grammarly. And Blake, an education major who knows what he wants. So you're going to be a school teacher.
Yeah, but first I need to get my senior thesis over the finish line. I keep repeating the same words.
Let Grammarly help you find the right words faster. Grammarly, do your magic. And you did it in one place. Grammarly means better results. That's why it's the writing tool selected by 3,000 schools and universities. Try Grammarly for free by clicking the blue button. Class dismissed. Go on, download Grammarly today. Blue button. Right there, Grammarly. Oh yeah, click it. Don't look at us. It's just a coach and a duck. It's all right, you click that blue button. All right, you've seen it before, haven't you?
Okay.
Grammarly for the win.
Hello?
Through my online store alone, we've sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
I went from selling to my town to selling nationwide in 1 week. It's a whole new business now.
I built a multi-million-dollar company just on the topic of that time of the month.
Culinary sales have grown 535% in the last year. With such rapid growth, I rely on Wix Analytics to make smart business decisions.
As I grew, I started to use more features of Wix, adding in the tracking, printing labels, the shipping.
This email campaign alone generated 612 orders and $40K in revenue.
Everything in the store, all of our inventory is now integrated to our website. So once it sells on the website, inventory comes right off, which is great.
Week over week, we're probably growing online 30%.
We use Wix Payments to accept payments online, and we've been really pleased with it.
Up to this day, we currently have, I would say, about half of our customers that are returning, which is absolutely incredible.
I take pictures of the products. I post it on social media. I go on my Wix app. So I just released 200 sets of the cooking utensils and sold them in about 2.5 minutes.
Now with the new SEO, we're able to reach customers everywhere.
First started culinary in my kitchen 6.5 years ago. I never would have dreamed that it would be even as big as it is today.
Because this happened so quickly, I am living a dream I didn't even know I had.
I would say about half of our customers that are returning, which is absolutely incredible.
I take pictures of the products. I post it on social media. I go on my Wix app. So I just released 200 sets of...
For Nick Arena, fish farming was never in his blood. The kitchen and bathroom renovator from Sydney's eastern suburbs was happily building a life for himself and his family when he got chatting to some marine biologists about how wild sea stocks were in decline, and if we wanted fish for the future, we'd have to... For Nick Arena, fish farming was never in his blood. The kitchen and bathroom renovator from Sydney's eastern suburbs was happily building a life for himself and his family when he got chatting to some marine biologists about how wild sea stocks were in decline, and if we wanted fish for the future, we'd have to...
Yes.
Teacher.
Ndio naambiwa kuna shida hapa ya IFAD. Hata kuzima.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm scared of time, so we need to try to see if we can fix that. I hope everybody's sugar level is now okay, and we are good now to take another stride. Therefore, if you look at the program, we needed to have official launch of the workshop now, but because that has already been done, we can play around with that, and there are things that we needed to do in the morning, presentation from Pwani University. And now what I would do is that we were to make two presentations, that is from myself and from Flora Kidere, but we have just realized that we have a bit of cross-cutting issues. So what I would do, just to save on time, is that I would ask Dr. Flora Kidere to present something about Pwani University. She is the chairperson of Pwani University Innovation Hub, and what this feeds then into Joy. So welcome, Dr. Kidere, please. If you have laptop, then you can use yours. Oh, her presentation is there. Is it possible you can project there, or we need to have another laptop here? So just 1 minute as she's setting up the presentation. And please, I forgot to let you know is that if you feel pressed, the natural pressed, just know that the loos are just behind you. If you go down, straight on the right, you'll be able to find the loos. Precisely, there are two, we have the ladies and the gents. Please don't confuse, just make sure that you go to the right place. That will be much better. So after Dr. Flora will present, we have two youth alumni from Pwani University, those that have been trained on aspects of entrepreneurship. Imekata. Hello? Okay, thank you. So we have two youth, a lady and a man who are going to make presentation as testimonials on how Pwani University has empowered them on aspects of entrepreneurship. So one will speak on poultry and another one will speak on watermelon value chain. Thank you. So Flora, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gogo, and thank you everybody for being here, and thank you for inviting me. I believe my presentation will be brief. As earlier said, I'm Dr. Flora Kidere, and I'm the chairperson for the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Hub of Pwani University, well known as Pwani. So I'm going to present on what Pwani is all about, as well as what we do at Pwani, some of the achievements made, as well as some of the challenges we've faced. And finally, I'll conclude by talking about what are some of the opportunities I see in this initiative. So basically, Pwani started its activities in the year 2018. Earlier it was started just as an informal group of passionate individuals, passionate about mentorship and training and capacity building for the youth as far as entrepreneurship and enterprise development is concerned. And because of some of the achievements that were evidenced by the university, fully fledged the Pwani University Entrepreneurship and Innovation Hub in the year 2019. And Pwani is basically an interdisciplinary hub where we have each and every department represented in the hub, because as you are all aware, innovations and enterprise development may occur from any of the specializations within the university. And as earlier stated by Professor Semenye, the university is more general in its approach in terms of delivering of courses, and therefore you can have enterprise development from the marine sector, from the agriculture sector, from the ICT and all that, and therefore it is an interdisciplinary hub. So how do we do this? We also use integrated governance, especially in terms of rolling out our programs. We work very closely with the county government. We work very closely with the private sector. We work closely with the civil society to roll out our programs. The hub has well-trained departmental representatives in terms of training of trainers. We also have some of the hub members who've been trained by the Wani Global Foundation for Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development. We also have other members who've been trained in areas to do with mentorship and coaching, and therefore the hub is well equipped to support enterprise development in whichever field that is represented in Pwani University, and also generally innovations. Now, some of the activities that the hub has been, Pwani has been conducting, as you can see there, we've had national summits. This is one of them that we did in the year 2018. Within the summit also, we usually give priority and opportunities for the youth to present ideas, business ideas, innovations as well, as you can see in the next slide, where businesses, business ideas and innovations are evaluated by a group of experts. We've also had workshops where also we allow at the end of the workshops to listen, to hear from the youths as to some of the ideas they have, as you can see also on that slide. We do lots of trainings, especially internally, also for youths and students who are interested in enterprise development in various fields, as you can also see on that slide. So some of the achievements made so far, we have trained over 1,000 youths in enterprise development, especially most of who have been our students. We have trained externally where we have been invited to do so as well. And we have worked very closely with the county government of Kilifi to do this. And also the Jumuiya ya County za Pwani, where also some of our representatives support the Jumuiya Innovation Lab. We have also created awareness to over 10,000 young men and women, especially through our summit, especially in terms of the need for self-employment, enterprise development, just to spur on to whet the appetite for business startups. Like earlier said, most of the youths prefer employment, but the reality is we do not have enough jobs to absorb all our youths. And therefore, to supplement what is being taught at the university, remember also our previous presenter talked about the issue, the challenge where most of our youths are more theoretical other than practical. And therefore, through the Innovation Hub, we are able to integrate them well into the business sphere, into the what is needed out there in the industry, as well as other ideas. We have evaluated over 300 businesses over the years, not once, and have held 2 national summits and 1 international summit, which we did this year, early this year, which was virtually done. Over time also, we have created strong partnerships and collaborations, especially with the county government who've been, of Kilifi, who have been very supportive of our programs. Also with private sector, who have been also supporting our initiatives. And as a result, several businesses have been established by some of our mentees who have come through the Innovation Hub. So what are some of the challenges we have faced? We have seen youths having very brilliant ideas, very excited about presenting the ideas, and we as panelists most times we also get very excited about these ideas, but eventually we end up not having the seed funding to support these ideas. At times we've been able to follow through, encourage and advise them where to go for funding, but most often we've ended up losing these particular ideas and the youths once they leave the universities, and therefore this has been a big challenge. Challenge number 2, okay, we've also had growing interest in business support service, especially we as a hub within the region, also supporting the Jumuiya County za Pwani as well as the Pwani University fraternity and also Kilifi County as a whole. And therefore, also having Professor Semenye seated here representing the management, I'm hoping that the Pwani University Entrepreneurship and Innovation Hub can be strengthened more so that we can be able to do more, because the need is evident. And therefore, I hope this is a conversation we can pick up immediately. And because of the growing interest in business support service, clearly the infrastructure may not be fully able to handle the needs, because we may need a fully fledged active a hub whereby there's a designated person not dabbling in many other things, and therefore These are the realities on the ground, and I believe through this initiative, study, clearly we are seeing there is growing need to put more effort and resources to this, and many other initiatives that may come by. In conclusion, I want to say joy is a great opportunity for all of us to make a difference in the social, economic, and environmental spheres. Yeah, like you can see from the earlier presentations made, the issue of employment, creating job opportunities, which is economic in nature, also social support and environmentally acceptable or appropriate technologies is very key in this particular project. And therefore, I believe this is a joy to us as well, as Joy is rolling out this program. Therefore, Pwani University, I believe, is well placed to partner and support this initiative, given that we are already doing and providing the support service that is needed for enterprise development. Also, the experience that we have in working with the youths is a great asset for this particular project, and I believe you will not regret working with Pwani University. We also have linkages with the private, civil society, and other public entities, as earlier said, and I believe this can also be a great advantage as well as far as this project is concerned. So in a nutshell, there is Pwani University Entrepreneurship and Innovation Hub. We do a lot, but I think for purposes of this particular meeting, I don't want to talk so much. In a nutshell, I've said what we've been doing and how much we've been able to impact. So thank you very much.
Yes, a nice one, please. A better one for... Thank you very much, Daktari. Thank you. Please, we will give a few time for questions just at the tail end. But now allow me to call our two alumni. And I will begin by calling Lona Ibwi. She's our former student. Of course, she has now also enrolled for her master's. Maybe say more about herself. Please talking. Yes, welcome, please, Lona. So she's just going to talk about the challenges and the opportunities which are there for the youth. Yes, the floor is yours, Lord.
Thank you, Dr. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, as Dr. has said, my name is Lona Kibwe. I'm currently a master's in science, agribusiness. And to be sincere, Pwani University has impacted us as the entrepreneurs. Because currently, when you see in Kenya today, employment is kind of, you can't compare in early 2000s and to now. The economy is growing, population is there, and there is no employment for the youth. And there are many opportunities, but who are the funders? You come up with the idea, when you go to someone asking for funds, they take the idea from you. So basically, after I completed my undergraduate, that was in 2018, I got a job up to 2019, mid-June. And after that, I was looking for another job. But in the meantime, I realized as much as you look for the job, the qualifications that are needed higher, and also there are no jobs. So will you die? No, you'll have to create another source of revenue. So I embarked in poultry production. After I tried first, I failed terribly. I failed, literally failing. And you know, the funds, you're borrowing from friends, family, they're helping you to come up with the finances. So after failing, I was really discouraged because these are the funds that I've borrowed from family and also friends. So at some point, I thought of giving up. And I remember when I was telling my Baba that I can't do this anymore. He was like, no, you have gone to school to do agribusiness. So what is the impact of that agribusiness to you? And then I went back to the drawing book, and I found the real mistake that I had done and started again afresh. After that, my business was there. The profit was good, and I could also raise some money to come back for my master's. Thanks to Pwani University, because the Wani Foundation is very impactful to us, because currently we are undertaking the advanced entrepreneurship with Dr. Gashango. I can see her there. And with that, I was able to look at my business. What was the actual wrong thing that I did? And with that, with the scaling of the business, I realized to some point, I didn't know even who are my customers. So the cost, the Wani Foundation is of great impact to us students. And with these many opportunities, as per now, as you can see, the impact of COVID-19 and also the growth population, as you can see from now, you can, there are so many opportunities for youth, but who are there for the youth? So this Joy Foundation is of great impact to the youth. If at all I can come with my project and I tell you the project is this with professionals and with the professionals that can look at my project and agree that this venture is worthy investing in and giving me funds to it, it can be of great impact to the youth and also to end the unemployment rate in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you give Lorna a clap, please? Yes. So she's calling for the youth to grab the opportunities that are there so that they can help and stop this issue of complaining that there are no jobs. Thank you very much, Lorna. Yes, please. Now can I also welcome Mr. Peter Kahiga, who is also an alumni of Pwani University and is going to talk about the issue of watermelon value chain and how that is impacting his life. Welcome, Peter.
Okay, thanks, Daktari. Good afternoon. So my name is Peter Kaiga, a graduate of Pwani University. I can see my dean around. I did agriculture and enterprise development. I graduated in 2015. That's my BSc. I currently am in my MSc, agribusiness. At Pwani University, once I graduated, I saw so many opportunities that were there for the youth to grab. One of them was farming. I decided to venture into melon farming immediately I graduated. I never applied for any job before I decided to do farming. Just an opportunity that I saw. I've been doing it since 2015, and I'm still doing it till date. It pays, that's the bitter truth. It has its own challenges. It has its own positives. One of the things that basically exists as far as farming is concerned is all about consultations, doing a lot of consultations to farmers. I do also consultations across East Africa. Farmers are really lacking knowledge on how to curb the challenges concerning pest and diseases control. So I identified that as a gap, and I ventured into consultation as far as farming is concerned. So I'm still doing it currently. I'm employed, I'm a staff at Pwani University. That's an opportunity that exists to youth. Linkages, another issue that basically we as youth, we need to focus most. I also do, in the process of melon farming, the value chain, I also link farmers to the buyers, whether local or the bigger market, that's Nairobi, that's our best market. We also link farmers, most of our farmers, lack knowledge on how maybe to acquire those markets. So that's another opportunity that basically exists. It's a good opportunity for us. It needs almost nothing, but the returns are there. So these are the gaps that basically I saw and decided to venture into that thing. I can't regret in it. Currently, I'm trying to expand my territory. I'm also good in other forms of farming, other forms of crop, any other type of crop, also in livestock farming. Currently, you know, there's drought across the region. If you have ever passed Ghana lately, I was there yesterday, and while traveling, you could see carcasses of dead animals. They were there all over. That's an opportunity for us as youth. We need to revamp this drought. A big animal that basically can go for around 40,000, and asking price is 6,000. That's the seller, the bumper market. Na mkiongea vizuri anarudi mpaka anakwambia, give me 3,000 there and go with the animal. That's another opportunity that basically we need to get into. These are some of the issues that the farmers are facing day in, day out. If you can come up with a way, we were talking about, that is the storage, the silage, the hay. If you can venture into that, that's where I'm intending to venture into next season. It's a lot of opportunities in that line so that we can curb these issues. A bag of dry grass goes for 350 at the market there. Na inapiganiwa at 11, whole lorry is not there. And still farmers are yearning for more. So those are some of the opportunities. We also need to equip our farmers from the other side, across any other farmer. They need to understand that they need to have some extra feeds, to store something, to have something preserved for the droughts. We also need to tell them, we need to teach them on how we can curb the drought. They are still doing the charcoal making thing. It's still the same thing that has resulted to what we are seeing. So if we can stand in that gap and train them and teach them the consequences of failing or cutting down these trees, that's another thing that basically it will help us to grow as farmers and as a farmer. So basically, thank you, Wadani. You're also in. We are really enjoying the fruits of that app, of that organization. We are happy for that. Thank you, Pwani University. Thank you, Joy, for this opportunity, and be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, sorry. Now you can see there are opportunities there as much as there are challenges. So it's just a question of you looking at the gaps out there as a youth and seeing how you can be able to take advantage of it and make money, so that we stop complaining that there's no money. The money is out there. It's just a question of you identifying the right opportunities and the gaps, and you fall into it. Okay, thank you very much. Just before we go to the real thing, I would like to recognize our partners, Shambrere. I think you have representation from Shambrere from Kakamega. So probably if you are here, colleagues from Shambrere, kindly if you are here, you can just stand and wave so that we can recognize your presence. Shambrere from Kakamega. Do you have anybody from Shambrere? Maybe they're outside. Then we also have Egerton University, Koilib. They are also partners in this. So kindly, if you can just stand, we have people from Egerton University from Koilib. Okay, thank you. So those are partners in this. So those are people that you're working very close with. Now, I would like to give the microphone to Fred. I don't know whether Fred is here, so that now he can be able to take us through the next exercise, which is the most important. And I want us to be very keen on this. Thank you. Welcome, Fred.
Thank you, Doctor. A good afternoon to you all. Thank you for coming. We're excited to have you all. The exercise that I'm going to do is more like a Q&A, but I'm going to be more specific about and targeted in terms of the people that I'm going to reach out because we have run short of time. But before we go into that, I think let's first try and say hello to our neighbors. I think, maybe you have not said hello to your friend, whoever's next to you, just say hello, wherever you are. Yeah, because, we are going to be together maybe for the next 4 hours, so we need to become friendly and, participatory with each other. Okay, so Eric introduced us to the Joy Project. But I want to be more specific now. Do we understand what Joy is all about? And do we also recognize our position within Joy? So I'll want to get a word from you, sir. Mr. Dixon, do you understand Joy? Yeah. And where do you think you will be in this project, Joy?
In this project, Joy, I will be in the entrepreneurship side, and I will create more jobs for the youth. For what I'm doing currently, I am doing value addition for mango. So there is a great opportunity for the youth, just from the mango peels, from the waste up to the pulp. We can create more cottage industries for the youth to venture in. And seeing that Pwani University, you are at a best place area, since we have so many variety of farming in Kilifi. We have the crop farming, we have horticulture. We are forgetting that there is salt farming, and there is a lot of opportunities in the salt farming. We should venture in and create more opportunities to our youth and women. Thank you so much.
So I know that we have some youth here. I'd like to hear from them. Yes, here. So Mr. Suleiman Jeffwa, thank you for coming. Where do you see the youth in this project? Do you think this project is going to create impact? You've looked at the kind of services that have been talked about. They've talked about the integration. What do you see? What can you tell us? Is there something that you think will not work? We'd like to hear. What is your understanding of Joy?
Okay. First and foremost, I'm very grateful for this chance, for the invitation first. And just a brief introduction. We are in the dairy value chain, as you can see from my mask. We are doing value addition from raw milk to yogurt, mala, and cheese. Right from the said place, dry place, Bamba. And with Joy here, we believe we can do more. We've so far created job opportunities, or we've employed 3 youths directly, and we have 15 farmers indirectly. And with Joy, we believe we can create more. So we are happy to be in this program, and we believe with your cooperation, we are going to create more opportunities for the youth in Bamba or in Kilifi at large. Thank you.
All right. The Joy also has an aspect around social inclusion. That is, we are not leaving out people with certain challenges. There's a gentleman here who's representing PWDs. I'd like to hear from you. How would you see Joy, integrating people with disabilities? Because I think that's what you're representing, right? Yeah, so what will be your advice to Joy? How do we integrate people with the physical challenges?
Okay, thank you. Joy, we need people with disabilities. They need to be mobilized, because many times people living with disabilities are left behind these many opportunities. So sometimes when it comes to job opportunities, there's in constitution there's 5%, which we always know in constitution of Kenya. So when it comes to opportunity to jobs, sometimes we are left behind. Sometimes also in agro business like this, we need funding a lot, because if you don't be included in these organizations, many people living with disability will always cry and make noise. But if now you are in these activities, or people living with disability in this area, then we will be very happy, because many times we always left behind. So I believe Joy will work together so that these all opportunities will be able to be, to go to the grassroots, because many people with disabilities are left behind. Like now, December 3rd is our day. So if it will be very good, in Kilifi County we will celebrate in I think Malindi, it will be celebration in Kilifi County in Karsamaitha. So this day, I think it is an opportunity for Joy to come there to tell what is about it. Because many times we are not involved. Yeah, so if it will be good on that third, I was supposed to be in that meeting, but because I was told to come to this meeting, then this is the opportunity. Yeah, so we need to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. So I think what Adam is raising is the issue about awareness, informing certain groups about the opportunities. Now, we have Madame Esther here. Madame Esther, I know you're representing IFAD, but one of the key things that comes up is people's awareness about operations of IFAD and tapping into these opportunities. But then also there's another issue about now we're looking at the private sector strongly in this project. What do you think, in your view, should we engage the private sector? And also, how do we create awareness around IFAD so that people get to know about the operations of IFAD? It's not only IFAD, but there are so many other projects that go on, and the opportunities go, and people say, but we're not involved, we're not informed. What should we do? What should Joy do?
Okay, thank you. My name is Esther Mwikali. I work for a program under the Ministry of Agriculture, which is funded by IFAD. I'm not sure whether I'm representing IFAD, but we work with them. They supervise the program that we are implementing in the county. The program, the way it's designed, it's a multi-stakeholder engagement, meaning we are working with both the government, the private sector, and all the way up to the farmers. So maybe what we can borrow, or an idea we can borrow from that engagement, we are working with over 13 partners, both government, private, and farmers themselves. There will need to be a lot of consultation. Someone was challenging us that our program looks like it's more of meetings, because for you to coordinate all these people from all these sectors, these backgrounds with different policies, ideologies, you will need to consult. So that's one key area that you'll need to look into. Consulting meaning bringing people together like you've done today. We get to share where we are, then we get to listen from the members, from the different stakeholders. Where can we fit in? When can we come in? How do you need us to do this? At points, it may require to agree and document in terms of, like, we have to do MOUs or partnerships, because if we are to work together, we have to agree. I'm a Christian, and I think somewhere in the Bible it talks about how can two walk together unless they are in agreement. So we'll need to sit, discuss, consult, agree, put it down, plan together, and move and implement together. Thank you.
I see a gentleman here, Mr. Henry. Informed that you belong to the private sector, that means you're a potential employer. What could you see as some of the challenges? Or let's turn it the other way around. Do you see an opportunity for you to participate in Joy? And do you see any possibility that you could employ youth? So if so, then what would you need in place so that you can be able to get these youth to work with you?
Thank you. My name is Henry Jami, as he has pointed. I work for Equator Kenya. I'm an area coordinator, right from Malindi up to Rabai or Kilifi South. I see this as an opportunity in what we do. We are exporters of the African bird's eye chilies. So actually, we work in the area of agriculture. And our approach is group approach. So I believe in this project there will be youth groups. So far we are working with a base of 8,000 farmers around Kilifi County, Tana River, and Lamu. So out of these groups, which I believe will come out of this hub, I believe we'll engage groups through contract farming. Contract farming is a key opportunity in our farmers, including the youths, in that it is a form of self-employment. You are assured of the market. We have challenges of market in agriculture. There is that challenge all over the country, but contract farming is a solution in the aspect of market, whereby there is market surety. We pay our farmers on monthly basis. Any farmer who grows chilies is not different from anyone who has formal employment. In the company also, we have officers who are trained in agriculture. We have been able to absorb even youth in our company to work as extension officers. We have projects that are able to engage youth in self-employment to act as service provider in our agriculture involvement, involving the reaching out to the community, maybe tackling problems regarding control of pests. We have been able to engage youth as spray men, especially spray men and women, if I can say, especially in the control of the youth, the fruit fly, which was a problem in the county in the area of fruits, including even bird's eye chilies. Many youths were involved in that program. So this is an opportunity. And we are ready to provide market for every youth in this area who is able to grow the African bird's eye chilies. We have had challenges of drought like this year. Our company is really trying very hard to mitigate the area of drought through the climate smart agriculture, which is really fits the youth. We have small drip irrigation kits which are able to help in having sustainable production. Rainwater harvesting technologies, which is very key. We have the latest technology, the drizzle kit technology, which we are putting demos in 25 wards within Kilifi County. So in this forum, I believe we are going to go much ahead, and I welcome youths to tap this opportunity that we have in this sector of African bird's eye chilies. Thank you.
Thank you. So he's mentioned the issue about climate smart technology, and we know the effect of climate. And there's a lady here who's specializing in that area. I would like to ask you some piece of advice. One of the key things I think we have in Joy Project is also getting women on board. And you know, women form a bulk of labor in agriculture. So what technologies do you have? What do you have to offer to study? And what would you want from study? And how should we help women, especially, be able to use these technologies?
Thank you very much. My name is Maslin. I work with Plant Village. And our focus mainly is to empower women. We have a target of having 80% women. Currently, we have the Cassava project, whereby we've empowered groups of women, and we've given these women smartphones, and they use it for crop pests and disease diagnosis. It uses artificial intelligence. And also, I love the fact that Joy is repainting the agricultural sector and to make it more attractive to youth. I've seen an opportunity where we can work with Joy. We have a goal of having more youth. Currently, Plant Village team is comprised of 90% youth who are offering services, that is capacity building to farmers. And in Kilifi, we have 10 members, and 8 of them are from Pwani University. And we foresee that we'll have more opportunities for employment and internship for youth that have an agriculture background. And coming back to you on the climate smart technologies, we have a project that is coming up, and we'll be training farmers on IPM strategies and also establishing demo plots. We'll have plots for intercropping and conservation agriculture, and also parasitoids. Parasitoids is a new technology whereby it's a kind of, I don't know what to call it. It's an insect that feeds on fall armyworm. So we're also planning to have a lab here at Pwani University, and then we'll be releasing these parasitoids to the fields. Thank you.
Also, we have another lady here, Concelia. You're welcome. I know you represent Google Africa. Is that right? Okay. So we would like to know what opportunities are there for Joy with Google Africa? How can we tap into them? How do we bring the youth on board? And also still I want to address the issue of youth and also the issue of female youth as well, getting to Joy.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Concelia Indoshi. I'm a trainer for trainees, Google Digital Skills for Africa. I think Joy is a great opportunity for the youth, especially because, as we know, the world right now is digital. And in everything that we do, as young people, we should first prioritize using the digital platforms, because once we launch into digital space, everything goes global. And once our ideas, our innovations are global, we are going far. So I think for Joy as a project, every idea, every innovation, everything that we do should go digital for us to move as a generation. Once we do that, even those small ideas we have, we shall take them global. And this helps us even in marketing. In the morning, I was tweeting something about self-confidence. You can only move or go forward if you are confident enough to share what you're doing with the world. Don't just limit your idea, don't just limit your business to the area you are from. Share it with the world. And the confidence we need as youth is sharing those through the digital platforms, because they have created an enabling environments for our business growth, for our ideas, and for our innovations. So for the Joy project, I think once we start accepting that digital or the technologies are here, and that is the way to go, I think it will help us, and we should always look at it as an opportunity that will help our innovations grow and even create more a space and more platforms for us to grow. Thank you.
Okay, as we wind up, because we're short of time, I think one key issue that also came up, I think my colleague Ariel mentioned, is universities and TVTs remaining relevant. In terms of relevance, then that means we must design courses, have the right curriculum, that fits the youth. Otherwise, if we don't have them, don't have that kind of fit, then we are going to have a challenge. So now I'd like to ask someone here, I think there's a gentleman here at the back from the TVT. Are we willing to adapt to the changes in terms of revising the curriculum? Because the youth are impatient, they don't have a lot of time. These courses of 3 years, they may not work for them. So what are you learning? What have you listened from so far the presentations? What do you think? What's the way for us to go?
Thank you so much. My name is Franco Mangala from Godoma Technical Training Institute. I think this is opportunity because one of the challenge we see in TVET, the people we expect to come to college are the breadwinners. So the numbers we expect to have in TVET colleges is lower because someone is busy trying to earn a living for their family. So if we have some programs, very short programs that will sustain their family as they're in college, I think this will be the best opportunity for the youth. I'll take an example of some programs in mobile phones, like gym. Nowadays, you don't need to go to a gym. You are given a program for two months. Today, you do 3 press-ups. Tomorrow, you do 3 press-ups. If we come up with such programs, a curriculum, simple for the people who don't have time to come to class, I think it will create a very good platform, and we're going to engage more youth. Thank you.
So you're representing the youth, right? You have a problem. Okay. Sorry. I was trying to look for youth. Yes, there's a youth here. You're representing the youth, Jamal, right? Are you satisfied with the programs that are currently running? What's your comment? What's your view?
Thank you very much. I'm Jamal Kasim Tsongo from Kibokiche Fisherman's Youth Group, located in Kaloleni Sub-County. As we have heard, is that Joy will create a lot of opportunity for youth. I'm a youth ambassador, and currently from our group, we've employed 6 of our members. We are currently 11. So we employed 6 of our members. From Joy, Joy will create more employment opportunity for youth by identifying the opportunity and the gaps around our community. And still for placement and market linkages, we will diversify the opportunity and create more job for a lot of youth. Like we have had most of our youth not engaging in fish farming, downplaying fish farming, downplaying agriculture. Like hapo nyuma nikitumia Kiswahili kwa tunasema yani mimi nisome agriculture na nyanyangu pia analima kule nyumbani. Like hatungeona kama kulima ama ukulima ni sehemu ya kazi. Kulima tuliachia kina nyanya kule nyuma na tukaona si yetu. But currently most of our youth wanaengage in agribusiness na kuzidevelop. Say kama youth 8,000 like 875 watakuwa employed ama watakuwa kwa placement. Now pia we include more youth and the pyramid will diversify. Tutapata youth wengi wako involved kwa agribusiness. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hii Joy project itatupatia opportunity kubwa and it include watu wengi and basically ita reduce ile youth unemployment na pia ile poverty rate kwa country yetu wa Kenya. Thank you.
So as we wind up, I'm going to have a specific question for you, Sonia. What do you make of Joy? Is it something that you think will work? Is it something that you are excited about, that you want to be involved? If so, how do we move together? Because what we're doing here is we're also trying to understand the different players and the different linkages that can come up. But linkages which are looking at creating employment for the youth, but we're also talking about decent work. It's not just employing, but there should also be decent work.
Thank you so much. My name is Sonia, the coordinator of NARIG, and first and foremost, I'm grateful for this opportunity. And as NARIG, we work with 4 value chains, and one of them has been captured here, which is poultry, but we specifically work with local chicken or indigenous chicken. And again, we work with coconut, we work with dairy, and apiculture, which is honey. But it has come so clearly from this meeting that the youth in Kilifi are more loving the poultry that we work with. And I want to tell us that poultry among our value chains is one which is thriving so much. I'm glad that this joy is dealing with youth, because in every value chain, I may say we are working with 18,000 and more farmers. We have 30 youth groups, and these youth groups are engaged in all the value chains. But within these groups that we work with, most of our members are elderly people. And I can say it's disappointment where we need more youth in these groups, youth that are vibrant, youth that are zealous to take these projects, micro projects to greater heights. But never the same, because we have understood the challenges that the youth are facing, and that which they're thinking about in terms of agriculture are a youth that are not more of farming per se, but more of technologies and all that. So I'm seeing youth as a great opportunity, because we have high productions of all our yields, come poultry, come honey, come everything. But we have the challenge of market. So if the youth can come in and assist our groups market their produce in the line that youth joy is bringing about, the hub and the technologies and all that, and NARIG can come in and bring about what we are doing in the system, and the youth can tap that and to know in which areas is the production, and they can know what best can they do to make market possible for our youth. So I'm grateful, because I know now I can talk of more youth working with me as NARIG through Joy. And Joy it's looking into youth. Definitely it will identify youth that I'll be so much grateful to work with. So I'm so glad, and I know as we interact more, definitely we'll have an MOU so that we can really work together, because we are focusing to the same thing about production and profitability, and that's our main objective as NARIG. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You are the last person. You're going to be the last person. How do you sum it up all?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Florence Gachanko, a lecturer at Pwani University, teaching agribusiness, and two of my students are here, whom I'm taking through a very practical course in entrepreneurship. They may be enjoying, but I believe it also requires a lot of hard work. And this is also a challenge that we are facing with the students. But to sum it all, I think what I've heard from each of the partners and each of the person who has spoken here, whether youth, different organizations, I think what we are telling each other is that we need to work together. We need to work together. We need to support each other and ensure that we deliver on what the mandate of the project is. When I look at the numbers here and the amounts of money that in the budget, what has been allocated into all this, then the big question that rings in my mind, when we come to 2024, what will be the impact? What role you us as Pwani University, at the TVETs, as Equatorial here, and all these other organizations, will we go home happy saying that we made an impact in Kilifi? Let's start thinking about that as the project kicks off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I think this marks the end of our session. There is another interesting session which is coming up. Please don't leave. I'm going to ask my colleague, Ariel, to come and Is it Ariel? Just a moment. Who's coming next? Who's coming next to explain? Ariel. Yes, I'm going to ask my colleague Ariel to come in and explain the workout session that we want to work on. And we are going to split you in groups. We've already formed the groups. We shall project these groups, but let him first be able to project and explain in brief what we are meant to do.
Hello again. Are we still together? Are we feeling old or are you young? Young? Really? Because I don't see you all the time with the phones in your hand, no? No, that's a joke about the youth. Youth has seen so many times as lazy, no? As they want a quick win, yes, that they have no attachments, right? That they don't care of this family. So many things, huh? We like to talk about the youth, right? What are the youth saying about us? Maybe so different, huh? Okay, so look, for me, here comes the interesting part of this meeting. This is the part of the meeting that you have the possibility of exchanging among you, but not only that, but to identify and select concrete matching points with the JOY program that we have to build together. As Eric was explaining, this is the preparatory stage where we set the basis for this program to run. We heard so many interesting things just from the last conversation. There are companies that would like to take attachments, yes? That there is space for placements, that digitalization is a must. So many things that we can do differently in this program. As said various times already, in the next 1 hour, we will work by groups. We will form 6 groups that are heterogeneous. So in each of the groups, you will not just be with the others of the private sector or the public sector or the civil society, but in each of the group, we will find all those segments of people, all those type of organizations, because that's the reality of our ecosystem. In your folder, maybe you have seen if you can take it out. But you put it there? Okay. So you can see that there is 2 pages beside the agenda, right? That is called pre-identified matching points per type of stakeholders. Did you find it? Okay. So you will see this is 2 pages. The first half of the page is about the public sector, and the next page and a half is on the private sector, right? So we would like you to look at it briefly, identify where you are, if you are a government extension service or a local government, if you are part of the TVET system, or if you are in the private sector, which, as you have seen, is where we want to go with this program. So do you recognize yourself as an employer, or an enterprise, or an input supplier, or maybe you do as a trader, or maybe you are developing business service that you are providing, or you are helping the youth to get employment. That is something that is really missing. When we try to find enterprises, yes, that help the youth effectively, to find where to do an apprenticeship, an internship, an attachment, or placement, is rare to find. Yes, so that's one of the links that may be very weak in this value chain of creating capacities, but having a job afterwards. So, or maybe you are part of the financial sector. There are two kind of organizations working here with us now. One is the public sector that is providing access to finance to the youth, and the other one is the microfinance institution, that represent the private sector. So all these kind of different kind of organizations is who we are here. And last but not least, there are also civil society organizations, right? that range from the women organization to the youth, to the persons with disabilities, the farmer organizations, and some national and international NGOs that are also today with us. Okay, as you have seen below each of these categories, we wrote a few matching points that we have been identifying previously, you know, from other conversations. That doesn't mean that these are valid, or it doesn't mean that there are no others that we have to take into consideration. Yes, you can see there, no? It goes from the onboarding, right? That's why we also want to work with the private sector. You have to really tell us, okay, this is the curriculum that we need or not. These are the skills that the youth have to have in order to be useful in my enterprise. Can you help us on the onboarding? Does it matter for you? Also, for example, we are thinking about improving the list of attachments that are possible. Yes, this program is not only going to be measured in its success by the number of youth that is employed or self-employed, but how the ecosystem, how the enterprises and the private and the public sector are really stronger after this program. Yes, this is not an implementation, execution, delivery program. The question that we are doing ourselves here is, where are we going to be all together into 3 or 4 years? Is there going to be a difference? Do we have more stable, effective, cost-effective relation with the service providers like Pwani and others, etc.? So there are many ways of engaging. Yes, and as Eric was saying, it's not that just it is on one side, no? This program is not here to provide resources in an open way, but to use resources in a very strategic way with our partners. So you have it there, you will see. Sorry, I'm looking for my file. Yeah? So okay. So you see now we understand the types of organizations that are private or public that we have among us, right? We don't want representatives. That's what I said at the beginning. We don't want people representing. We want specific and concrete partnerships with your organization, with your enterprise. That's why we will set together in a group of 6 or 7, and you will have the respect and the time of the group to share with you what are the specific points that you would like to follow up, okay? If you provide a good response, a good answer, the most probable thing is that in the next week we are going to arrange a meeting with you, okay? We want to sit together one by one and see what are the best agreements that we can get, what are the best implementation ways, if it is a contract, a letter of agreement, whatsoever, for you to participate. So you see the stakeholders here is your name. Then the second question that I asked you already to start to think about, even before we wake into groups, right, is what do you think is the future of the youth here in Kilifi? But again, not general, no? Not trying to attach yourself to something that is universal, you see, that the future is into happiness or something like that. No? If you are from the cashew nuts, if you are from the cassava, if you work on poultry, what is the youth future in that specific sector? Yes? Where do you see it in your sector? We are not trying here to be in the shoes of another one, but on yourself. That's what we need now. And then also to think about the matching points, the concrete matching points that could be strengthened through joy with you. Okay? So here you already, I told you about the pre-identified matching points that are on the left column, right? Yes, that are many, just written there. But also you are in condition to provide new ones. Yes, if you see that other matching points can be created, can be strengthened, that's what we are here to do, to listen to those. And finally, the fourth column, the fifth column, but the four in terms of the answers, are the incentives to take part of joy. So for example, My friend here, he's working with so many youth, right? So many youth. So maybe you would like to see that your team, those that are performing as trainers, right? I won't say a trainer, because sometimes in an enterprise we have to do so many things. But there are some people that is coaching the youth, right? When they come in, okay, you do it like this, you do it like that, be careful with this, no? That team could be strengthened by Joy, for example. Yes, this is not only to train and strengthen the youth, but it's also to strengthen the enterprises that are bringing the youth in. All right? That's what they call sometimes in-company trainers and mentors. You see? So this is not a progress where Pwani has like an army of extensionists, you know, trying to reach you, yes? Under control of Pwani. This is the way that we want to do the future different, yes? Where you as an enterprise are part of the process. You will be the one evaluating if the trainer that you sent for an apprenticeship in Pwani is doing well or not, all right? And so many, yes? Maybe you need to have some small resources, for example, because having attachments, receiving people in your enterprises has a cost. For example, how to bear the initial or the minimal safety gear if they are operating machines or stuff like that. So all that, what are the incentives? I think I told you I am Chilean, right? So when giving my example, I was thinking about Alexis Sanchez, that maybe for the boys especially, it's a common character. You know, the guy that he pushed the balls in the goal mouth, right? Alexis Sanchez. So imagine that Alexis Sanchez, he's investing here and has a company called Nice Goal, and here are doing in process of cashew nut for export. So we ask, you know, where is Alexis, the future of the youth in Kilifi? And he said two things. Number one, in production, to really improve the quality of the produce in order to be acceptable for the international markets. Because so far the production is really irregular. Yes, and he said that another matching point that he sees, I mean, other future opportunity is for, especially for women that can open new markets in the coastal area. Yes, so many people said marketing. You see, 60% I think of the enterprises are saying that they need persons that can open new markets for them. Okay, he would like, Alexis would like to have their own trainers prepared here in Pwani and supported by Pwani and Ustadi and the others. That is what he sees as the main matching point between his company and the Joy project. And what is he saying, no, about the incentives? There are so many incentives, yes, but we need really to make them available, right? He says sharing the cost of the youth in detachments, yes, because the youth, you know, if they are not getting paid, right, we know the level of dropout that exists, yes? We need to secure also the conditions for the youth to be comfortable and being able to go to this on-the-job training. Also, Alexis is saying that he's very interested in incorporating solar energies to their drying process. That's another way that we can support you. We want to see that agribusiness can become more sustainable, more effective, and that provides better revenues for the families in these counties. And finally, he said that he wants to see what to do with all this shell of the cashew nuts, you know? Yes, should I burn them? Should I give them to the pig? Can I do something with them? So how do we learn to have a more productive process and a better engagement with the other links in the value chain? That's how it goes. This is the exercise. Maybe you can note if you understand, or do like this if you didn't. Can you note or no? Is it understood? Yes? Okay. Any question, we will be in the groups, okay, in order to make it more easy. So now is 1:10. Boss, we go until 2, and then we have our lunch?
Exactly. So we go until 2, then after that, we'll immediately go for lunch. Then after lunch, that's when we'll start the discussion.
Okay. So, sir, and ladies and gentlemen, we have, thank you so much, Eric. We have prepared 6 groups. And each group has a facilitator from Ustadi or Procasur or Pwani. All right? And okay. So, Freddy, you have a better Swahili pronunciation than myself. So, if you can read the groups out loud,
Okay.
and the participants.
So I have group 1. You could listen out for your name. Mativo Jonathan is in group 1. Peterson Semenye is in group 1. Samuel Mwango is in group 1. Dixon Ngoa is in group 1. Oh yeah, okay. I think it's now projected. I don't need to read. So those are the groups. What we are going to do is we are going to split. Some people will go outside, and there are three huts outside. Dr. Lisha will help me. So let's see. I think group 6, group 5, and group 4, and group 3 can go out. Then group 1 and group 2 can stay in here. Is that fine for social distancing? Yeah. So 3, 4, 5, 6 will go out. 1 and 2 will remain in here. Yeah. So facilitator for group 1, I'm here. Facilitator for group 2, Eric is here. Facilitator for group 3, Morgan. So Morgan, you can now take your group out, group 3. Facilitator for group 4 is Eric. Over there. Facilitator for group 5, Mr. Ogalo. Over there. Group 5 is over there, right? And then group 6 is Mr. Jombiti. I don't know where Mr. Jombiti is. Jombiti is outside. Okay. Okay.
So what we do, just try to work within the 1 hour. Then immediately you are done, you go for lunch. Meanwhile, I'll be moving around giving you meal cards, please. So let us just try to move a bit fast so that we are able to utilize time properly. There are several places to stay outside. I can request the students to give you space for the parks outside. Okay. Okay, for group 6, this is Job, so kindly follow him. Group 6. What? Oh, I've removed. Group 2. Whoever is in group 2, can we go up there? Group 6, please, can you join Job here? I think you project that so that people can be seeing. Job group 6 here.
deal na mradi wa kuku, ufugaji wa kuku wa kienyeji, na mara nyingi tunatumia ile mbinu local ya milk value addition. Maana kuna maziwa ambazo wakulima watu wanatumia, basi nawalipa bado ni wachanga, alafu na uwezo tunatumia mbinu kuchukua maziwa naweka tunauza, tunatengeza yogurt na tunachemsha ile maziwa mala. Hiyo imekuwa ni changamoto kwetu sisi kwa sababu yanahitajika maziwa yachemke, tutatengeza pia na kiwango fulani hizi milk, ambapo kwamba sasa ukitumia ile moto wa kawaida saa zingine inakuwa ni challenge. Pia chanza pia kutengeza.
Changamoto mpya ambayo tumezipata sasa kufikia saa hii,
sisi tulijua project ya Vija tofauti na tumefaidika sana.
Sasa hii ndio improvise pasteurizer ambayo through Vijabiz tumeenda tukijifundisha, tukifanya mambo ya value addition, na sasa tunaona kwamba maziwa yana faida zaidi kama vile kushinda vile zamani tulikuwa tunaangalia maziwa. Kwa hivyo imenisaidia kutambua zile rasilimali ambazo zinapatikana katika hii community, ambao mojawapo ni maziwa, na vile tunaweza kuitumia kutupea ajira kama vijana.
Sisi tumepitia changamoto kwa sababu hapa kwetu sisi tuna deal na maziwa, na maziwa tumekuwa mara nyingi tunatumia ile mbinu local ya kuchemsha, manake kuna pasteurizers ambazo ziko watu wanatumia, but sisi kwa sababu bado ni wachanga, hatujakuwa na uwezo, tunatumia mbinu za kuchukua maziwa naweka watu kwa cans na tunachemsha ile kutumia kuni. Hiyo imekuwa ni changamoto kwetu sisi kwa sababu yanahitajika maziwa yachemke kiwango fulani, ambapo kwamba sasa ukitumia ile moto wa kawaida saa zingine inakuwa ni challenge.
Quality standard ya hizo products.
Changamoto mpya ambayo tumezipata sasa kufikia saa hii ni upande wa soko imeenda chini kwa sababu ya corona. Tokea mwanzo tulikuwa tunatengeneza maziwa mengi 60 to 70 liters, lakini sasa umefikia mahali unapata mpaka tunaenda mpaka 20 liters unatengeneza 15. Kwa hivyo upande wa soko imekuwa chini kwa sababu ya hii ugonjwa wa corona.
Kile ambacho kimepatikaniwa kwetu sisi ambacho kwamba kiko ni kwamba sisi tumekuwa na ushikamano mzuri, na tumeweza pamoja na changamoto zile ambazo zimekuwa, sisi tumeweza kushikana kwa pamoja na tumenunua maziwa. Tumeweka uhusiano mzuri kwa wakulima, pamoja na hali ngumu tumeweka uhusiano mzuri na wakulima. Tunachukua maziwa kwao na kuweza kuyazungusha vile vile, pamoja na changamoto ambazo ziko huku kwetu, kwa sababu Bamba ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imekuwa ni kame, ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imezungumziwa nchi nzima kwamba iko chini sana, hasa kiuchumi, lakini pia bado sisi tumekwenda kujimudu, na tuna matumaini tukipata msaada zaidi tutaweza kujiajiri na kuajiri hata wengine.
I see the group being a company and employing many youths in Bamba ward, considering Bamba is a very remote place. Wazo Jema will be a brand on itself in terms of their value-added products. I see now the yogurt that they are making, the cheese, being now branded and being sold within Kilifi County and even outside Kilifi County.
Mimi kwanza kabisa ningependa kuambia vijana waweze kujikakamua na kuweza kujiweka katika vikundi, kwa sababu nimeona ya kwamba kama peke yako huwezi, unaweza ikiwa utakuwa na mwenzako. Hivyo basi vijana wakiweza kuungana na kushikamana na kutumia rasilimali vizuri, wanaweza kujiokoa na kujiajiri katika maisha yao yakawa ni mazuri. Kama peke yako
Dairy chain has a lot of opportunities. That's why the group chose that, because they're able to record a number of good profits in the business. The group also thought about the number of products that can emanate from a dairy, leave alone yogurt and mala. We have ice cream, we have ghee, and a number of things that are able to emanate from a dairy. But it was a hectic process because the members used to use the normal using firewood to pasteurize the milk and the whole process. But it was tedious until Ustadi came in a project which has been branded VijaBiz to fund the group so that it could upscale the production of the yogurt and the mala. Currently, we've been able to be funded, and we are having a number of equipment that we are using in our production, which are at this time working effectively. We learned about VijaBiz through Twitter. You'll agree with me that when you have any Android phone, then technology is at the palm of your hand. While we were browsing through the social media sites, we saw an advert where VijaBiz were calling for proposals for youth-led group to be funded in different categories of business. One of the members responded to them, and he was able to get through, and we applied for the project, and successfully we admitted into it.
Project imenisaidia, kwanza nimepata employment kama member, pia nimejifunza mengi, nimeweza pia kuendeleza career yangu ya dairy. Nimepata muda wa kuongea na wakulima, hiyo ninaifanya kama extension services kwa wale wakulima wanatuletea maziwa, na nikienda kwa industry pia processing, bado pia nimejifunza mengi kutokana na experience ya processing hizo products. Bidhaa zetu ukifika Pwani University ndio zinapatikana, na Kibaoni, soko la Kibaoni utapata baadhi ya maduka yako na bidhaa zetu. Hatujaweza kudistribute, hatujakuwa na channel kubwa, so wateja wetu ni wa Kilifi peke yake, wafanyikazi wa University Pwani na wakaaji wa Kibaoni Kilifi ndio wanapata products zetu.
I'll recommend more partners to come on board to support the group, because the group has been able to demonstrate that it can be able to sustain itself in the dairy sector, since now the dairy sector has different challenges. I will welcome the county government to continue supporting the group. I will welcome even the national government to continue supporting the group in terms of maybe funds and also more capacity building. I will also welcome other players in the value chain, Kenya Dairy Board, Kenya Bureau of Standards, to be able now to support the group in terms of improving the quality of their products.
So I think in a year's time we'll have products being exchanged in Voi. We have Nana's yogurt going to Nairobi, and we have Dalamia yogurt coming to Coast. And I believe that it will be a very nice step, because those people at the up country will be able to taste yogurt from Coast as we taste yogurt from up country. Going to Nairobi, and we have
returning to work. With ClickUp, our calendars have never been more in sync. Now our project timelines, meetings, and work events are all in one place. What's not going as smooth is getting my allergies our first week back in the office. What happened? All in one place. What's not going as smooth is getting my allergies our first week back in the office.
Tulichagua fishing kwa sababu huko area kwetu wenye tunaishi, kwa sababu tunaishi Mayungu, tuko karibu na mfuo wa bahari. Sasa tukafikiria mfuo ni sisi ndo tuta benefit, si watu wengine, ndo tukachagua hiyo. Mwanzo ilianza, yani wanawake tuseme, in short ama vijana, wenye kila mmoja alikuwa anaenda baharini akichukua samaki akiuza. Tuseme wengine walikuwa wanakaranga, wengine wanauza tu hivyo wabichi. Sasa ikafikia time tukakaa pamoja as a group. Tukasema hii kitu ya kwa tuende kila mmoja kuchukua, naona hatutafika mbali. Ndio tukaamua tu form group yenye tutakuwa tunaenda kuchukua samaki tukiza pamoja ama tukikaranga pamoja. Wengine tunauza wabichi kama makaranga, wengine wanachukua kutoka kwetu wakiuza kivyao. Ikafika time tukasema haitatosha, heri tuangalie mahali kwenye tutafungua duka. Ndio tukatafuta hapa mahali, tukapata hapa Mayungu, tukapata hapa Kijue Tanga, ndio tukafunga duka letu la samaki.
Kufikia hii malengo ya kikundi, kwanza hiyo ustadi ilitusaidia kutupeleka training. Tulianza na training ambayo ni business entrepreneurship, and then ikatupeleka kwa training ya ICT, ambayo hiyo ICT pia ilitusaidia tu sana. Mimi imenisaidia kwa sababu hapo kitambo sikuwa na kazi. Kwa hivyo baada niliposaidika na hizo trainings nini, nimeweza kujipanga pia kimaisha. At least ninaweza kujimudu katika maisha yangu. Imeniinua yani katika maisha hiyo biashara.
Mwanzo tulikuwa tunauza kilo 20 mpaka 30, lakini saa hii 80 mpaka 100 pale. Kwa hivyo kuna hiyo tofauti, tunaenda juu.
Changamoto zenye tumepatana nazo, ya kwanza ni ile kupata wale samaki wenye kuuza, kwa sababu kuna ile competition ya maduka wenye wameona umefungua na yeye naye amefungua yake. Kwa hivyo imebidi tuwe na extra tufanye juhudi zaidi ya kutafuta market ya hizo products zetu.
Piana tu hiyo kwa hiyo groups kama hizo, ningeshukuru tu kwa sababu kama tungeweza kushikana mkono na tukawa kitu kimoja na tukasaidiana katika biashara zetu, naona tungeendelea vizuri sana, tukafaidi na tukaweza kujimudu kimaisha.
In the years to come, I see the group opening its own company. For example, in terms of validation, currently they are starting to do validation, and I expect that they'll start to make value-added products, which now will be in the market, both in Kilifi and also in the country. And maybe in some years to come, I'll see more products being exported in the name of the brand Mayungu High Vision Women Group. Which now will be in the market, both in Kilifi and also in the country. And maybe in some years to come, I'll see more.
Google Digital Skills for Africa offers over 40 free online courses. Learn new skills such as how to get a business online to grow your business. Register and get started today with Google Digital Skills for Africa. Online to grow your business. Register and get started today with Google Digital Skills for Africa.
Katika Tujivunie tuko members 12 vijana, na currently kile kitu ambacho tunafanya katika Tujivunie mazingira yetu, tunatengeneza fish feeds, chakula ya samaki kutokana na black soldier fly, ambako we breed the fly. Akifikia at some stage then ndo tunamsaga, tunatengeneza chakula ya samaki. Tulichagua mradi wa fish feeds kwa sababu tuliangalia challenges zake si nyingi hivyo compared to ukiingia kwa agriculture ya kupanda mahindi ama ukiingia kwa dairy. Kuna a lot of challenges like weather ikibadilika. Though pia sisi tutapata the same challenges, but haitakuwa kubwa sana kulingana na ule wa kupanda mahindi na wa dairy. So tukaamua kuingia kwa fish feeds kwa sababu pia we still kuna kimazingira, wale wanyama they survive anywhere provided unapatia food, unapatia the vegetable they want, then wanakuwa venye unataka wewe. At first, getting the techniques on how to breed that fly, it was a challenge because we didn't know kitu gani ambao hapendi, kitu gani ambao anataka. That was one of the challenges. Na pia in terms of weather, saa zingine kibadilika, kukiwa joto sana, then pia anakuwa na shida zake za kumate and all that. But we control weather yake iwe normal state ambayo yuko ni rahisi zaidi. So with that tukaona pia si challenge sana.
Ina mchango mkubwa sana, manake kitu ya kwanza mimi kazi zangu ni hizi manual, hizi ambao zatokea kama kuna mjengo mahali naweza nafanya. Nimesomea IT lakini huwa ni contract mara nyingi. So kupitia kwa hii group imenisaidia, manake nimejuana na watu wengi. Kitu ya kwanza hata kuna watu wamenipa kazi kupitia kwa hii group tu, manake kuna project unazofanya na unapatana na wakubwa na kusaidia. Kitu kingine pia project kama imekuwa successful, kuna ile pesa kidogo kidogo ambayo inaweza kusaidia na vitu kidogo kama transport ama credit na vitu vingine vingi. Na pia in future hata kama mtu hana kazi, but as long as kuna hiyo project ambao nyote mmefocus nao, at least hope inakuwa iko nzuri kwa maisha.
I see the group going far, especially now if now they come together as a group. Probably they open a company where they start diversifying their fish feeds, apart maybe from black soldier flies. They'll now venture into making more fish feeds and employing even other youths to come and work for the company so that now they can get income.
Yeah, kile kitu naweza sema kwa makundi ni wakati ambapo watu wanafaa waje pamoja wasaidiane. Manake tukisema tunategemea kuandikwa kazi, kweli kuna wengine watapata hiyo nafasi lakini ni kidogo. Kama mimi nilimesoma, hata nimemaliza university, but kupata kazi imekuwa ni shida, lakini kupitia hivi vikundi ya vijana tumetengeneza, nimepata kazi nyingi sana kupitia hapo. Na pia income, as long as kikundi imesimama imara vizuri, unapata pia ile pesa huwa ikija inakusaidia mbali sana. So naweza himiza niseme kwamba vijana tusiketi nyumbani tukisema tutategemea sijui serikali tusaidie na nini wala nini. Kuna group kama kuna watu ambao wafadhili wamejitokeza wasaidie kama Vijabiz. So ningesema vijana wahakikishe wanafuatilia mambo yao, watengeneze group zao na pia project ili waweze kusaidika. Maana kama sisi tunaweza sema tumeshukuru sana. Wasaidie kama Vijabiz. So ningesema vijana wahakikishe wanafuatilia mambo zao.
So tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. Tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish. Na by then tukatafuta upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company as in comprising of youths jina lingine. So tukawatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry go round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi, na tukiuza kidogo kuna kuja 10,000, mara kuna kuja 14,000. Hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja. Na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huko local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target markets locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabis, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabis walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa export tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa, and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. Tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze yani watufadhili zaidi.
Na kikundi hiki kimeanza mwaka 2016. Tulianza tukiwa watu 10 kwa kisajili mwaka huo wa 2016. Na kikundi hiki kinajihusisha na miradi ya aina mbili. Mradi wa kwanza ulikuwa ni mradi wa kuku, ufugaji wa kuku wa kienyeji, na mradi wa pili ni mradi ule wa milk value addition. Tunanunua maziwa kutoka kwa wakulima, tunawalipa, alafu tunakuja tuna pasteurize, tuna ferment, alafu tuna pack, tunauza, tunatengeza yogurt, tunauza maziwa mala, tunauza fresh milk, na pia kwa vipindi vingine tutatengeza pia na hizi milk blended juices, na pia ghee tushaanza pia kutengeza. Sisi tulijua project ya Vijabis baada ya kuona adverts zao, walikuwa wame advertise kwamba walikuwa wanahitaji vikundi ambavyo kwamba vinajihusisha na dairy, vikundi ambavyo vinajihusisha na fisheries na cereals. Na sisi tukachukua hatua ya kuweza kujaza, na bahati nzuri tukaanza tukaingizwa kwa hiyo program, tukaanza kufanyiwa mafundisho. Tumekwenda kwa mafundisho tofauti na tumefaidika sana.
Sasa hii ndio improvise pasteurizer ambao through VijaBiz tumeenda tukijifundisha, tukifanya mambo ya value addition, na sasa tunaona kwamba maziwa yana faida zaidi kama vile kushinda vile zamani tulikuwa tunaangalia maziwa. Kwa hivyo imenisaidia kutambua zile rasilimali ambazo zinapatikana katika hii community, ambao mojawapo ni maziwa, na vile tunaweza kuitumia kutupea ajira kama vijana.
Sisi tumepitia changamoto kwa sababu hapa kwetu sisi tuna deal na maziwa, na maziwa tumekuwa mara nyingi tunatumia ile mbinu local ya kuchemsha, manake kuna pasteurizers ambazo ziko watu wanatumia, but sisi kwa sababu bado ni wachanga, hatujakuwa na uwezo, tunatumia mbinu za kuchukua maziwa naweka watu kwa cans na tunachemsha ile kutumia kuni. Hiyo imekuwa ni changamoto kwetu sisi kwa sababu yanahitajika maziwa yachemke kiwango fulani, ambapo kwamba sasa ukitumia ile moto wa kawaida saa zingine inakuwa ni challenge.
Quality standard ya hizo products.
Changamoto mpya ambayo tumezipata sasa kufikia saa hii ni upande wa soko imeenda chini kwa sababu ya corona. Tokea mwanzo tulikuwa tunatengeneza maziwa mengi 60 to 70 liters, lakini sasa umefikia mahali unapata mpaka tunaenda mpaka 20 liters unatengeneza 15. Kwa hivyo upande wa soko imekuwa chini kwa sababu ya hii ugonjwa wa corona.
Kile ambacho kimepatikaniwa kwetu sisi ambacho kwamba kiko ni kwamba sisi tumekuwa na ushikamano mzuri, na tumeweza pamoja na changamoto zile ambazo zimekuwa, sisi tumeweza kushikana kwa pamoja na tumenunua maziwa. Tumeweka uhusiano mzuri kwa wakulima, pamoja na hali ngumu, tumeweka uhusiano mzuri na wakulima. Tunachukua maziwa kwao na kuweza kuyazungusha vile pamoja na changamoto ambazo ziko huku kwetu, kwa sababu Bamba ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imekuwa ni kame, ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imezungumziwa nchi mzima kwamba iko chini sana, hasa kiuchumi, lakini pia bado sisi tumekwenda kujimudu, na tuna matumaini tukipata msaada zaidi tutaweza kujiajiri na kuajiri hata wengine.
I see the group being a company and employing many youths in Bamba ward, considering Bamba is a very remote place. Wazo Jema will be a brand on itself in terms of their value-added products. I see now the yogurt that they are making, the cheese, being now branded and being sold within Kilifi County and even outside Kilifi County.
Mimi kwanza kabisa ningependa kuambia vijana waweze kujikakamua na kuweza kujiweka katika vikundi, kwa sababu nimeona ya kwamba kama peke yako huwezi, unaweza ikiwa utakuwa na mwenzako. Hivyo basi vijana wakiweza kuungana na kushikamana na kutumia rasilimali vizuri, wanaweza kujiokoa na kujiajiri katika maisha yao yakawa ni mazuri. Kama peke yako huwezi.
Dairy chain has a lot of opportunities. That's why the group chose that, because they're able to record a number of good profits in the business. The group also thought about the number of products that can emanate from a dairy, leave alone yogurt and mala. We have ice cream, we have ghee, and a number of things that are able to emanate from a dairy. But it was a hectic process because the members used to use the normal using firewood to pasteurize the milk and the whole process. But it was tedious until Ustadi came in a project which has been branded VijaBiz to fund the group so that it could upscale the production of the yogurt and the mala. Currently, we've been able to be funded, and we are having a number of equipment that we are using in our production, which are at this time working effectively. We learned about VijaBiz through Twitter. You'll agree with me that when you have any Android phone, then technology is at the palm of your hand. While we were browsing through the social media sites, we saw an advert where VijaBiz were calling for proposals for youth-led group to be funded in different categories of business. One of the members responded to them, and he was able to get through, and we applied for the project, and successfully we are admitted into it.
Project imenisaidia, kwanza nimepata employment kama member, pia nimejifunza mengi, nimeweza pia kuendeleza career yangu ya dairy. Nimepata muda wa kuongea na wakulima, hiyo ninaifanya kama extension services kwa wale wakulima wanatuletea maziwa, na nikienda kwa industry pia processing, bado pia nimejifunza mengi kutokana na experience ya processing hizo products. Bidhaa zetu ukifika Pwani University ndio zinapatikana, na Kibaoni, soko la Kibaoni utapata baadhi ya maduka yako na bidhaa zetu. Hatujaweza kudistribute, hatujakuwa na channel kubwa, so wateja wetu ni wa Kilifi peke yake, wafanyikazi wa University Pwani na wakaaji wa Kibaoni Kilifi ndio wanapata products zetu.
I'll recommend more partners to come on board to support the group, because the group has been able to demonstrate that it can be able to sustain itself in the dairy sector, since now the dairy sector has different challenges. I will welcome the county government to continue supporting the group. I will welcome even the national government to continue supporting the group in terms of maybe funds and also more capacity building. I will also welcome other players in the value chain, Kenya Dairy Board, Kenya Bureau of Standards, to be able now to support the group in terms of improving the quality of their products.
So I think in a year's time we'll have products being exchanged in Voi. We have Nana's yogurt going to Nairobi, and we have Dalamere yogurt coming to Coast. And I believe that it will be a very nice step, because those people at the up country will be able to taste yogurt from Coast as we taste yogurt from up country. Yogurt going to Nairobi, and we have Dalamere yogurt coming to Coast. And I believe that it will be a very nice step, because those people at the
The reason behind starting a NOC 6 group was to promote positive youth development in our community through agribusiness, where after completing schools and no jobs, so we decided to come up with an idea to create our own jobs. Okay, the project has added value to our groups in terms of record keeping, use of ICT to promote our products, the proper bookkeeping, and also it has really helped us in terms of acquiring advanced machineries, which will help us in increasing our production and capacity. Before, the machineries we had could not produce the quality that the market needs. But now, with the support that we have received from Vijabiz, one, we have improved in terms of supplying bulky goods, because now we have enough raw materials. It has also improved our quality. Now we are doing branding. We are now adding value our products which are branded. Like now we have the Ugali Star, which is now a shifted maize flour, and also we have Uji Star, which is now a composite porridge flour.
Engagement as a youth group, we have been able to have impact with other groups. We have been able to sign contract farming with other groups. They are now giving us raw materials for the Uji Star.
In the years to come, NROC 6 I think will become one of the big players in the cereal and value addition the sector. They started small, and now they are I'll say a medium operating company. And going forward, I think they'll expand even further, as I indicated earlier. And I believe that it will be a very big enterprise in this county, maybe even countrywide.
The recommendation I have in my experience, I've seen youths should be focused. They should put their strength together for them to achieve a similar goal. Also, they should come up with something and leave alone being employed and come up with their employment on themselves. Also, they should come up with something and leave alone being employed and come up with their
About 100 years ago, Kenya's staple food was sorghum and millet. In the colonial period, the settlers mapped out the country's highland areas for production of maize and wheat to be used as animal feed. That was the beginning of a new diet. Maize quickly became the new staple, and the country has never looked back. After independence, locals in Uasin Gishu and Trans Nzoia regions picked up maize farming, growing in scale to propel the regions into Kenya's bread basket. But as the years went by, what started out as a lucrative business is now anything but lucrative. Harvesting season is a time farmers look forward to because it is when grain translates to money. But with the decreasing production per acre and the instability of the maize market, the fruits of their labor are often bitter.
A maize farmer is not a proud farmer in this country, and the economies of scale come in. The farmers who have their own machinery, and they are operating large scale because of economies of scale, they are still able to make something. But for the small scale farmer, most of the farmers don't make much out of maize. If you break even, you are lucky in a good year.
Ni survival for the fittest. Ile unafanya ukule, ile kidogo imebaki rudisha kwa shamba. Hiyo tu. Siku hizi hakuna. Unless wewe unafanya biashara isiyo halali, ndio unaona mtu ananunua kitu nzuri. Hata kujenga manyumba, hata kusomesha mtoto kwanza. Kila familia saa hii ni harambee.
Mkulima akikumbuka mtoto anataka kwenda shule na hakuna fees, si ni stress kubwa sana.
Wakulima si tulienjoy wakati ya serikali ya mzee Kibaki, na bado tunafurahia. Lakini saa hii serikali ya Jubilee imeacha mkulima, hakuna mbolea ya subsidy, hakuna soko ya mahindi.
Anthony Barasa has harvested his maize crop in his 200-acre farm. He had hoped to make millions in profit, but instead he is millions in debt as his profit margins shrink. He blames his shrinking fortunes on the government's move to cancel the input subsidy program.
Zamani tulikuwa napanda mbolea ya subsidy. Siku hizi wametuachilia mbolea, tunaenda kwa wahindi. So ukulima itakuwaje backbone kama serikali iwezi chukua ukulima ikuwe number 1?
And today, our farmers in North Rift are disillusioned. They did not get fertilizer, there was no incentive, there was no subsidies.
The government, however, has maintained that large-scale farmers like Barasa were never the target of the subsidy program because the program was designed to benefit the small-scale farmers only. Due to loopholes in the system, more than 60% of the subsidies went to large-scale farmers, forcing the government to shut it down.
We need to protect the large-scale farmer like we are protecting the smallholder farmer. Why? Is because the large-scale farmer is producing that maize for that consumer in Kibera. If the large-scale farmer in Nandi or in Uasin Gishu or Trans Nzoia is able to produce maize affordably, it means the ugali also for that person who stays in Kibera in Nairobi will afford the ugali very easily with a little income.
Thomas Gorgoren, a large-scale farmer, has for the past 40 years traded in grain crops for a livelihood. He grows maize in Uasin Gishu and wheat in Narok. We join him as he continues to bulk and store his maize crop for sale. Like many farmers, he says he has been forced to sell his crop to private players as the National Cereals and Produce Board changed its terms of service. Previously, NCPB bought maize on behalf of the Strategic Food Reserve, making it the single biggest buyer of maize and the farmer's biggest market. Now, NCPB operates like any other trader in the maize industry, buying and selling exclusively at market prices through the willing buyer, willing seller model.
NCCB walikuwa natumia ile report ya cost of production kutoa bei, na hapo ilikuwa siri, lakini sasa hii serikali vile imeondoka, Mungu tu asaidie mkulima, but otherwise mahali tunaelekea hasijui.
Ukienda kama NCBB wanasema eti wanataka kutuwekea mahindi kwa store wakitafuta soko, lakini kama wakulima ambayo tunaelewa mambo ya ukulima na nataka ukulima iwe biashara, tumevumilia mwaka moja tukingoja mahindi hivi, alafu sasa wanatuambia wanataka kutuwekea tena mwaka mzima. Hiyo itakuwa kilimo biashara kweli?
NCBB ndio inakuwa ina control prices za mahindi. Sasa imefungwa, sahi millers ndio wana control bei za mahindi. Na hizi factories, hizi industries za watu kutoka nje ndio wanafanya biashara hapa.
But the main problem with this country is marketing. We don't have proper markets for our produce. We don't have linkages, so that has really affected our farmers. And from the look of things, things might not be easy in the year 2021 because farmers have spent so much and there was no market. They have just given out at a throwaway price.
Until last year, the government was the biggest buyer of maize through NCPB, a state cooperation that was established through an act of parliament in 1985 and tasked majorly to trade commercially for grains, thus helping ease the burden of market access for farmers. But this year, the only government support that farmers received was a recent mention by President Uhuru Kenyatta that maize traders should not offer farmers less than 2,500 Kenyan shillings per 90 kilogram bag of maize.
We could have just left to the market forces because we could be bargaining. But when he gave a fixed price of 2,500, it really changed, and even the middlemen reduced the price more. And I've realized most of the farmers have not even sold the product because of the price.
The interference by the president of setting the prices is wrong. What I would expect is that if you can make NCBB to be efficient and to compete favorably with the millers without undermining the farmers, automatically the prices will actually adjust.
Lakini aliongea na watu wa ministry wajue cost of production ya 2020 ni ngapi. So tunaona hiyo bei sio sawa.
Some farmers have now refused to sell and have opted to hoard and wait for better prices. This, however, creates concerns of a shortage and imports.
Over time, we have seen people who are actually manipulating the market by trying to create what we call artificial shortage of maize, then making the government to rush to import maize or to open imports. What happens? When you flood the market with maize, prices are suppressed. The farmer gets a raw deal because the millers are able to access cheaper maize, so as opposed to the maize from our farmers.
When the importation, the market is not flooded with the imports, the farmers will enjoy a good price and eventually they'll even have a break-even price and have a profit on top. But many are the years when farmers don't even break even.
The continued anxiety among maize farmers over the years as they struggle with poor pricing of their grain against increasing costs of production has had a direct impact in the North Rift region. In the 70s, 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s, proceeds from farming powered the economy of this region owing to the farmers' spending power. The towns of Nakuru, Kitale, Moi's Bridge, and Eldoret experienced huge money circulation, leading to the growth of the towns. The now shaky business of maize in the region is threatening that development.
This is the place where we have been getting the food for the rest of the country that is coming in large quantities. One is that we supported virtually almost every industry, but we are losing that, I must say that we are losing that position or that breadbasket title as a region. Why? It's because we are losing the farmer.
Na wish tungekuwa na nini na muda ningewatembeza kwa wakulima hapa Trans Nzoia uone zile nyumba wakulima wanaishi ndani. Ni manyumba za uchochole tu. Hatuna mbele, hatuna nyuma. Tunajaribu kujilea. Kitu ya maana tusikose chakula na watoto.
Tulichagua fishing kwa sababu huko area kwetu wenye tunaishi, kwa sababu tunaishi Mayungu, tuko karibu na mfuo wa bahari. Sasa tukafikiria huu mfuo ni sisi ndo tuta benefit, si watu wengine, ndo tukachagua hiyo. Mwanzo ilianza, yani wanawake tuseme, in short ama vijana, wenye kila mmoja alikuwa anaenda baharini, akichukua samaki, akiuza. Tuseme wengine walikuwa wanakaranga, wengine wanauza tu hivyo wabichi. Sasa ikafikia time tukakaa pamoja as a group. Tukasema hii kitu ya kwa tuende kila mmoja kuchukua, naona hatutafika mbali. Ndio tukaamua tu form group yenye tutakuwa tunaenda kuchukua samaki, tukiuza pamoja ama tukikaranga pamoja, wengine tunauza wabichi kama makaranga, wengine wanachukua kutoka kwetu wakiuza kivyao. Ikafika time tukasema haitatosha, heri tuangalie mahali kwenye tutafungua duka. Ndio tukatafuta hapa mahali, tukapata hapa Mayungu, tukapata hapa Kijue Tanga, ndio tukafunga duka letu la samaki.
Kufikia hii malengo ya kikundi, kwanza hiyo ustadi ilitusaidia kutupeleka training. Tulianza na training ambayo ni business entrepreneurship, and then ikatupeleka kwa training ya ICT, ambayo hiyo ICT pia ilitusaidia tu sana. Mimi imenisaidia kwa sababu hapo kitambo sikuwa na kazi. Kwa hivyo baada niliposaidika na hizo trainings nini na nini, nimeweza kujipanga pia kimaisha. At least ninaweza kujimudu katika maisha yangu. Imeniinua yani katika maisha hiyo biashara.
Mwanzo tulikuwa tunauza kilo 20 mpaka 30, lakini saa hii 80 mpaka 100 pale. Kwa hivyo kuna hiyo tofauti. Tunaenda juu.
Changamoto zenye tumepatana nazo, ya kwanza ni ile kupata wale samaki wenye kuuza, kwa sababu kuna ile competition ya maduka wenye wameona umefungua na yeye naye amefungua yake. Kwa hivyo imebidi tuwe na extra tufanye juhudi zaidi ya kutafuta market ya hizo products zetu.
Piana tu hiyo kwa hiyo group
kama hizo, ningeshukuru tu, kwa sababu kama tungeweza kushikana mkono na tukawa kitu kimoja na tukasaidiana katika biashara zetu, naona tungeendelea vizuri sana, tukafaidi na tukaweza kujimudu kimaisha.
In the years to come, I see the group opening its own company. For example, in terms of value addition, currently they are starting to do value addition, and I expect that they'll start to make value-added products, which now will be in the market, both in Kilifi and also in the country. And maybe in some years to come, I'll see more products being exported in the name of the brand Mayungu High Vision Women Group. Which now will be in the market, both in Kilifi and also in the country. And maybe in some years to come, I'll
Katika Tujivunie tuko members 12 vijana, na currently kile kitu ambacho tunafanya katika Tujivunie mazingira yetu, tunatengeneza fish feeds, chakula ya samaki kutokana na black soldier fly, ambako we breed the fly. Akifikia at some stage, then ndo tunamsaga, tunatengeneza chakula ya samaki. Tulichagua mradi wa fish feeds kwa sababu tuliangalia challenges zake si nyingi hivyo compared to ukiingia kwa agriculture ya kupanda mahindi ama ukiingia kwa dairy. Kuna a lot of challenges like weather ikibadilika. Though pia sisi tutapata the same challenges, but haitakuwa kubwa sana kulingana na ule wa kupanda mahindi na wa dairy. So tukaamua kuingia kwa fish feeds kwa sababu pia we still kuna kimazingira, wale wanyama they survive anywhere provided unapatia food, unapatia the vegetables they want, then wanakuwa venye unataka wewe. At first, getting the techniques on how to breed that fly, it was a challenge because we didn't know kitu gani ambao hapendi, kitu gani ambao anataka. That was one of the challenges. Na pia in terms of weather, saa zingine kibadilika, kukiwa joto sana, then pia anakuwa na shida zake za kumate and all that. But we control weather yake iwe normal state ambayo yuko ni rahisi zaidi. So with that tukaona pia si challenge sana.
Ina mchango mkubwa sana, manake kitu ya kwanza mimi kazi zangu ni hizi manual, hizi ambao zatokea kama kuna mjengo mahali naweza nafanya. Nimesomea IT lakini huwa ni contract mara nyingi. So kupitia kwa hii group imenisaidia, manake nimejuana na watu wengi. Kitu ya kwanza hata kuna watu wamenipa kazi kupitia kwa hii group tu, manake kuna project unazofanya na unapatana na wakubwa na kusaidia. Kitu kingine pia project kama imekuwa successful, kuna ile pesa kidogo kidogo ambayo inaweza kusaidia na vitu kidogo kama transport ama credit na vitu vingine vingi. Na pia in future hata kama mtu hana kazi, but as long as kuna hiyo project ambao nyote mmefocus nao, at least hope inakuwa iko nzuri kwa maisha.
I see the group going far, especially now if they come together as a group. Probably they open a company where they start diversifying their fish feeds, apart maybe from black soldier flies. They'll now venture into making more fish feeds and employing even other youths to come and work for the company so that now they can get income.
Yeah, kile kitu naweza sema kwa makundi ni wakati ambapo watu wanafaa waje pamoja wasaidiane. Manake tukisema tunategemea kuandikwa kazi, kweli kuna wengine watapata hiyo nafasi lakini ni kidogo. Kama mimi nilimesoma, hata nimemaliza university, but kupata kazi imekuwa ni shida, lakini kupitia hivi vikundi ya vijana tumetengeneza, nimepata kazi nyingi sana kupitia hapo. Na pia income, as long as kikundi imesimama imara vizuri, unapata pia ile pesa huwa ikija inakusaidia mbali sana. So naweza himiza niseme kwamba vijana tusiketi nyumbani tukisema tutategemea sijui serikali tusaidie na nini wala nini. Kuna group kama kuna watu ambao wafadhili wamejitokeza wasaidie kama Vijabiz. So ningesema vijana wahakikishe wanafuatilia mambo yao, watengeneze group zao na pia project ili waweze kusaidika. Maana kama sisi tunaweza sema tumeshukuru sana. Wasaidie kama Vijabiz. So ningesema vijana wahakikishe wanafuatilia mambo yao, watengeneze group zao na pia
Tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. Tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish. Na by then tukatafuta ku upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company as in comprising of youths. Jina lingine. So tukatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry-go-round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi, na tukiuza kidogo kunakuja 10,000, mara kunakuja 14,000. Hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja. Na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huko local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target markets locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabiz, tunashukuru. Ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabiz walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members wakaenda kwa export tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani ward, but now I see now them expanding their target markets to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. kufaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama watufadhili zaidi.
Na kikundi hiki kimeanza mwaka 2016. Tulianza tukiwa watu 10 kwa kisajili mwaka huo wa 2016. Na kikundi hiki kinajihusisha na miradi ya aina mbili. Mradi wa kwanza ulikuwa ni mradi wa kuku, ufugaji wa kuku wa kienyeji, na mradi wa pili ni mradi ule wa milk value addition. Tunanunua maziwa kutoka kwa wakulima, tunawalipa, alafu tunakuja tuna pasteurize, tuna ferment, alafu tuna pack, tunauza, tunatengeza yogurt, tunauza maziwa mala, tunauza fresh milk, na pia kwa vipindi vingine tutatengeza pia na hizi milk blended juices, na pia ghee tushaanza pia kutengeza. Sisi tulijua project ya Vijabees baada ya kuona adverts zao. Walikuwa wame advertise kwamba walikuwa wanahitaji vikundi ambavyo kwamba vinajihusisha na dairy, vikundi ambavyo vinajihusisha na fisheries na cereals. Na sisi tukachukua hatua ya kuweza kujaza, na bahati nzuri tukaingizwa kwa hiyo program, tukaanza kufanyiwa mafundisho. Tumekwenda kwa mafundisho tofauti na tumefaidika sana.
Through Vijabees tumeenda tukijifundisha, tukifanya mambo ya value addition, na sasa tunaona kwamba maziwa yana faida zaidi kama vile kushinda vile zamani tulikuwa tunaangalia maziwa. Kwa hivyo imenisaidia kutambua zile rasilimali ambazo zinapatikana katika hii community, ambao mojawapo ni maziwa, na vile tunaweza kuitumia kutupea ajira kama vijana.
Sisi tumepitia changamoto kwa sababu hapa kwetu sisi tuna deal na maziwa, na maziwa tumekuwa mara nyingi tunatumia ile mbinu local ya kuchemsha, manake kuna pasteurizers ambazo ziko watu wanatumia, but sisi kwa sababu bado ni wachanga, hatujakuwa na uwezo, tunatumia mbinu za kuchukua maziwa, tunaweka watu kwa cans na tunachemsha ile kutumia kuni. Hiyo imekuwa ni changamoto kwetu sisi kwa sababu yanahitajika maziwa yachemke kiwango fulani, ambapo kwamba sasa ukitumia ile moto wa kawaida saa zingine inakuwa ni challenge.
Quality standard ya hizo products.
Changamoto mpya ambayo tumezipata sasa kufikia saa hii ni upande wa soko imeenda chini kwa sababu ya corona. Tokea mwanzo tulikuwa tunatengeneza maziwa mengi 60 to 70 liters, lakini sasa umefikia mahali unapata mpaka tunaenda mpaka 20 liters unatengeneza 15. Kwa hivyo upande wa soko imekuwa chini kwa sababu ya hii ugonjwa wa corona.
Kile ambacho kimepatikaniwa kwetu sisi ambacho kwamba kiko ni kwamba sisi tumekuwa na ushikamano mzuri, na tumeweza, pamoja na changamoto zile ambazo zimekuwa, sisi tumeweza kushikana kwa pamoja na tumenunua maziwa. Tumeweka uhusiano mzuri kwa wakulima, pamoja na hali ngumu tumeweka uhusiano mzuri na wakulima. Tunachukua maziwa kwao na kuweza kuyazungusha vile pamoja na changamoto ambazo ziko huku kwetu, kwa sababu Bamba ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imekuwa ni kame, ni sehemu ambayo kwamba imezungumziwa nchi mzima kwamba iko chini sana hasa kiuchumi, lakini pia bado sisi tumekwenda kujimudu, na tuna matumaini tukipata msaada zaidi tutaweza kujiajiri na kuajiri hata wengine.
I see the group being a company and employing many youths in Bamba ward, considering Bamba is a very remote place. Wazo Jema will be a brand on itself in terms of their value-added products. I see now the yogurt that they are making, the cheese, being now branded and being sold within Kilifi County and even outside Kilifi County.
Mimi kwanza kabisa ningependa kuambia vijana waweze kujikakamua na kuweza kujiweka katika vikundi, kwa sababu nimeona kwamba kama peke yako huwezi, unaweza ikiwa utakuwa na mwenzako. Hivyo basi vijana wakiweza kuungana na kushikamana na kutumia rasilimali vizuri, wanaweza kujiokoa na kujiajiri katika maisha yao yakawa ni mazuri. Kama peke yako huwezi, unaweza ikiwa utakuwa na mwenzako. Hivyo basi vijana wakiweza kuungana na kushikamana.
Dairy chain has a lot of opportunities. That's why the group chose that, because they are able to record a number of good profits in the business. The group also thought about the number of products that can emanate from a dairy, leave alone yogurt and mala. We have ice cream, we have ghee, and a number of things that are able to emanate from a dairy. But it was a hectic process because the members used to use the normal using firewood to pasteurize the milk and the whole process. But it was tedious until Ustadi came in a project which has been branded VijaBiz to fund the group so that it could upscale the production of the yogurt and the mala. Currently, we've been able to be funded, and we are having a number of equipment that we are using in our production, which are at this time working effectively. We learned about VijaBiz through Twitter. You'll agree with me that when you have any Android phone, then technology is at the palm of your hand. While we were browsing through the social media sites, we saw an advert where VijaBiz were calling for proposals for youth-led group to be funded in different categories of business. One of the members responded to them, and he was able to get through, and we applied for the project, and successfully we admitted into it.
Project imenisaidia, kwanza nimepata employment kama member, pia nimejifunza mengi. Nimeweza pia kuendeleza career yangu ya dairy. Nimepata muda wa kuongea na wakulima, hiyo ninaifanya kama extension services kwa wale wakulima wanatuletea maziwa. Na nikienda kwa industry pia processing, bado pia nimejifunza mengi kutokana na experience ya processing hizo products. Bidhaa zetu ukifika Pwani University ndio zinapatikana, na Kibaoni. Soko la Kibaoni utapata baadhi ya maduka yako na bidhaa zetu. Hatujaweza kudistribute, hatujakuwa na channel kubwa. So wateja wetu ni wa Kilifi peke yake, wafanyikazi wa University Pwani na wakaaji wa Kibaoni Kilifi ndio wanapata products zetu.
I'll recommend more partners to come on board to support the group, because the group has been able to demonstrate that it can be able to sustain itself in the dairy sector, since now the dairy sector has different challenges. I will welcome the county government to continue supporting the group. I will welcome even the national government to continue supporting the group in terms of maybe funds and also more capacity building. I will also welcome other players in the value chain, Kenya Dairy Board, Kenya Bureau of Standards, to be able now to support the group in terms of improving the quality of their products.
So I think in a year's time we'll have products being exchanged in Voi. We have Nana's yogurt going to Nairobi, and we have Dalamia yogurt coming to Coast. And I believe that it will be a very nice step, because those people at the up country will be able to taste yogurt from Coast as we taste yogurt from up country. Yogurt going to Nairobi, and we have Dalamia yogurt coming to Coast. And I believe that it will be a very nice step, because those people at the up country will be able to taste yogurt from Coast as we taste yogurt from up
Katika tujivunie tuko members 12 vijana, na currently kile kitu ambacho tunafanya katika tujivunie mazingira yetu, tunatengeneza fish feeds, chakula ya samaki kutokana na black soldier fly, ambako we breed the fly. Akifikia at some stage then ndo tunamsaga, tunatengeneza chakula ya samaki. Tulichagua mradi wa fish feeds kwa sababu tuliangalia challenges zake si nyingi hivyo compared to ukiingia kwa agriculture ya kupanda mahindi ama ukiingia kwa dairy. Kuna a lot of challenges like weather ikibadilika. Though pia sisi tutapata the same challenges, but haitakuwa kubwa sana kulingana na ule wa kupanda mahindi na wa dairy. So tukaamua kuingia kwa fish feeds kwa sababu pia we still kuna kimazingira, wale wanyama they survive anywhere provided unapatia food, unapatia the vegetables they want, then wanakuwa venye unataka wewe. At first, getting the techniques on how to breed that fly, it was a challenge because we didn't know kitu gani ambao hapendi, kitu gani ambao anataka. That was one of the challenges. Na pia in terms of weather, saa zingine kibadilika, kukiwa joto sana, then pia anakuwa na shida zake za kumate and all that. But we control weather yake iwe normal state ambayo yuko ni rahisi zaidi. So with that tukaona pia si challenge sana.
Ina mchango mkubwa sana, manake kitu ya kwanza mimi kazi zangu ni hizi manual, hizi ambao zatokea kama kuna mjengo mahali naweza nafanya. Nimesomea IT lakini huwa ni contract mara nyingi. So kupitia kwa hii group imenisaidia, manake nimejuana na watu wengi. Kitu ya kwanza hata kuna watu wamenipa kazi kupitia kwa hii group tu, manake kuna project wazafanya na unapatana na wakubwa na kusaidia. Kitu kingine pia project kama imekuwa successful, kuna ile pesa kidogo kidogo ambayo yaweza kusaidia na vitu kidogo kama transport ama credit na vitu vingine vingi. Na pia in future hata kama mtu hana kazi, but as long as kuna hiyo project ambao nyote mmefocus nao, at least hope inakuwa iko nzuri kwa maisha.
I see the group going far, especially now if now they come together as a group. Probably they open a company where they start diversifying their fish feeds, apart maybe from black soldier flies. They'll now venture into making more fish feeds and employing even other youths to come and work for the company so that now they can get income.
Yeah, kile kitu naweza sema kwa makundi ni wakati ambapo watu wanafaa waje pamoja wasaidiane. Manake tukisema tunategemea kuandikwa kazi, kweli kuna wengine watapata hiyo nafasi lakini ni kidogo. Kama mimi nilimesoma, hata nimemaliza university, but kupata kazi imekuwa ni shida, lakini kupitia hivi vikundi ya vijana tumetengeneza, nimepata kazi nyingi sana kupitia hapo. Na pia income, as long as kikundi imesimama imara vizuri, unapata pia ile pesa wewe kija inakusaidia mbali sana. So naweza himiza niseme kwamba vijana tusiketi nyumbani tukisema tutategemea sijui serikali tusaidie na nini wala nini. Kuna group kama kuna watu ambao wafadhili wamejitokeza wasaidie kama Vijabiz. So ningesema vijana wahakikishe wanafuatilia mambo yao, watengeneze group zao na pia project ili waweze kusaidika. Maana kama sisi tunaweza sema tumeshukuru sana.
So tulipoanza na mambo ya ukulima, tulianza na mradi ya tilapia, tukaona iko na challenges mingi as in the circulation of water. Maji lazima yawe safi every now and then. Tukaona hiyo challenge pia, na kule mahali tulikuwa tunakaa insecurity ilikuwa juu. tuka upgrade hiyo mradi ikakuja ya kufuga catfish, na by then tukatafuta ku upgrade pia hiyo farm project ikuwe a limited company as in comprising of youths, jina lingine. So tukawatengeneza structure hapa katika hiyo kukaa kwetu kwa kikundi, tukawa tunatoa pesa kama merry-go-round na table banking. Tulipopata hiyo pesa tukajenga hizi vidimbwi, na tukiuza kidogo kuna kuja 10,000, mara kuna kuja 14,000. Hivyo hivyo tukaweza kujenga hizi vidimbwi ambazo ni raceways. Tukipata fingerlings tunaweka pale, tukiwa upgrade wanaingia kwa dimbwi kubwa ambalo ndio hili tuko nalo moja. Na by then tukapata pia line moja ambayo pia imeliwa na mchwa. Sasa tukaweka kando na hizi line ambazo ziko light duty, tukaendelea na hii mambo ya kufuga samaki katika vidimbwi vya concrete.
Kilo moja huwa tunauza kwa huko local market around 250 to 300. Sasa tuna target markets locally kwa sababu tuna masoko ambazo ziko around hii kijiji yetu ama hii ward yetu ya Kibarani ward.
Imepata kutoka kwa Vijabiz, tunashukuru ama Ustadi Foundation na mradi wa Vijabiz walitufundishia members wetu ICT ili waweze kuingia katika biashara na kuweza kulink na mtandao kwa upande wa marketing, na wakatufundisha members, wakaenda kwa export tour huko Sagana, wakaangalia vile routine management za aquaculture zinaendelea za kitaifa na hata za kimataifa, maana kule ni watu wamebobea.
Okay, since the group is registered as a company, I see now expanding their target market. Right now they're in Kibarani ward, but now I see now them expanding their target market to other sub-counties, that is Ganze, Kilifi North, Malindi, and since now they want now to diversify their products, they want to venture more in value-added products. I now see the group now manufacturing or producing value-added products that can be able to be sold in bigger markets, for example, Tuskys and other outlets outside Kilifi, for example, Mombasa and even in Nairobi. And also they will be supplying those value-added products now to the hotels in Kilifi and outside Kilifi County.
Mapendekezo yangu kwa vijana ni tujitoe. Wajua vijana wanategemea tu wapate tu vitu rahisi, but sisi kama vijana tukijitoa katika hii kilimo, tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi, ningependa kama inawezekana watuongeze hii, yani watufadhili zaidi. Katika hii kilimo tutaona kwamba tunasaidika katika kifedha pia. Kwa ustadi ningependa kama inawezekana.
Returning to work. As IT guy, I work closely with every department. So ClickUp makes it easy for me to visualize exactly what tasks to help others with. It's very organized and super cool. Meanwhile, I'm aware that returning to work looking like this is not.
Scott. What?
Oh, yeah, I know. I haven't had a haircut in like a year.
Yikes.
Hey, everybody. What's up?
What you wearing?
It's a suit.
Yeah, no. It's not a suit. Okay, as head of HR, I just want to remind everyone, today is the final day of the comfy wear grace period.
What about hair?
Scott. Hi.
Returning to work, you manage the awkwardness, we'll handle the rest. ClickUp, all your work in one place.
Returning to work!
Oh, yeah, I know. I haven't had a haircut in like a year.
Yikes.
Hey, everybody. What's up?
What you wearing?
It's a suit.
Yeah, no.
Kia ora, hi, I'm Yavish Tanveer. I'm from Pakistan. I lived in Saudi Arabia, moved to Oman for my work, and then I came in 2019 as an international student for my postgraduate diploma in sustainable aquaculture. I have a background of bachelor's in wildlife and fisheries because aquaculture is our fastest growing food industry, and New Zealand is blessed to have like the best aquatic environment with clean waters and rich biodiversity. The tutors are very helpful and knowledgeable. They can teach you all the skills needed to go for your future programs. My dissertation topic was on feeding trials on Chinook salmon. New Zealand is very famous for Chinook salmon. In my dissertation, I was to look into the two types of feeds we were feeding on salmons to check their growth rate. There are plenty of career prospects for this. There is a good prospect for students who want to come up here and study and planning to do their postgraduate diploma in aquaculture. My dissertation topic was on feeding trials on Chinook salmon. New Zealand is very famous for Chinook salmon. In my dissertation, I was looking into the two types of feeds we were feeding on salmon to check their growth.
My name is Dr. Mark Verdus, and I'm the course coordinator for aquaculture here at NMIT. The students get their diploma program. They also expect to get a really good grounding in the industry here in New Zealand. They get a mixture of academic and practical grounding to ensure that when they go into industry, they've got the right balance to do the job.
What I've studied here at NMIT has been excellent preparation for the industry. The course was designed in consultation with industry and iwi. Nelson is actually the hub of aquaculture activity. Based here in Nelson is Aquaculture New Zealand and the Marlborough Sounds, which is one of the biggest areas for growing mussels, salmon, as well as oysters, and it's pretty much on our doorstep, so it's great.
The facilities here at Cawthron are exciting, but really the best part is the interaction with what is happening here at Cawthron with all the other scientists. This course is very exciting. The way the course was designed by NMIT is that the students would get practical knowledge here, hands-on knowledge here, that they can immediately go into the workplace in their work placements. So for 3 weeks every term, they will go and visit with industry and be a part of the industry process. So we're working hard, Mark and I, with our international contacts to be sure that we can, make sure they know these students are available.
Other career options can be research-based for the industry, as well as salmon, oyster, mussel and abalone farming. I've been offered a job with Mount Cook Alpine Salmon, who are based in the Mackenzie country. The program's given great foundations for management with several business courses, as well as professional communications and managing people in the workplace.
I'd certainly recommend this course to other people. Aquaculture is, in fact, the fastest growing primary industry in New Zealand. The population of the world is growing, and there is a need for us to grow protein for people's health and well-being.
I've been offered a job with Mount Cook Alpine Salmon, who are based in the Mackenzie country. The program's given great foundations for management with several business courses, as well as professional communications and managing people in the workplace.
Right now, I'm in the US.
Yes.
I'm in New Jersey.
Yes.
Is, in fact, the fastest growing primary industry in New Zealand.
Them from last 2019, I started with them from 2019.
Yes.
I trust that this company is doing exactly as what they are telling people that they do.
Yes.
And I'm so happy, and I would recommend anybody to invest with Wilson Homes because he's the best.
All right.
Deliver bila maneno mingi.
Deliver bila maneno mob. Yes.
I would tell them to invest with Wilson Home because it's a good company.
Yes.
They are trustworthy.
Yes.
Yes.
Asante sana. Thank you for joining us. All right.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye. Deliver bila maneno mob.
This is a 90-acre farm. We have millions of gallons of artesian water flowing through the farm every day. We raise rainbow and brook trout in many natural and lined ponds, along with 3 production buildings. We raise our fish from egg to market. We also own a production facility just 4 miles down the road, where we process all of our fish and do custom work for up to about 480 grocery stores and restaurants in the area, spreading from Detroit to Mackinac Island to Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo. Our goal is to grow locally raised fish in the most natural of environments with no chemicals, no hormones or pesticides, and get them to restaurants and to your table within 24 to 48 hours of harvest. So we've been in business since the spring of 2014. We've doubled our capacity every 2 to 3 months. Our goal is to get up to about 4.5 million pounds fish a year, and that 4.5 million pounds will just meet the demand for Michigan consumers and a few of the larger cities just outside of Michigan's boundaries. So the Great Lakes currently only provides wild-caught fish to the general public, and wild-caught fish have a number of concerns. One is they're exposed to environmental contaminants. Also, they're seasonal. So it's in the wintertime, it's very difficult to get fresh Great Lakes grown fish. Aquaculture allows us to grow fish year-round in a very controlled environment where we know our water quality and we can minimize or actually prevent any type of pollutants getting into the water and our fish. Most fish that are currently sold to Michigan come from outside of Michigan. In fact, 90% of all fish are imported into Michigan. They come from a number of different areas, from Canada to South America to Southeast Asia. All of them have different requirements on how to raise fish, and all of them are variable. So we really don't know when you get a fish from Southeast Asia what's in that fish. Here in Michigan, we're highly regulated. We work under 22 different licenses or permits to grow our fish, and we maintain the water quality so that we can minimize any type of contamination. We're the only commercial fishing operation in southeastern Michigan, so the majority of markets in the state of Michigan are within an hour access of us, and the only other fish that are grown farther north, up north of Cadillac. Here in Michigan, we work under 22 different licenses or permits to grow our fish, and we maintain the water quality so that we can minimize...
All right, welcome everyone, and thank you for joining us today in this webinar sponsored by the United States Aquaculture Society, the National Aquaculture Association, and the Alabama Cooperative Extension System. We're happy to have Huy Tran with us today, who's going to talk to us a little bit about the basics of recirculating aquaculture systems. Huy's a senior biologist with a company called Aquatic Equipment and Design, and he's got over 30 years of experience in the aquaculture industry. So we're happy to have him. He's been a farm manager and a system designer and worked with about 29 different species, designing systems for both commercial producers as well as educators. And he is going to talk to us about the basics of recirculating system design. And he has lots of experience because he worked for Aquatic Ecosystems and the Catalog Company for over 17 years. So we're happy to have him. Just a couple of housekeeping items. If you will, please make sure your microphones are muted. And remember that we will post these recordings after today on the Aquaculture Education and More YouTube channel, as well as the United States Aquaculture Association YouTube channel, or Aquaculture Society channel. And then there'll probably be a link from the National Aquaculture Association channel as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Huy, and we will go ahead and get started. And if you have questions, feel free to type them in the chat box, and we will try and answer them. I'll try and record them, and we'll try and get to some of those at the end. Huy, take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, and we'll get started here. I'm just going to cover the basic components and basic principles in design. There's many ways to do it, but I'll cover the majority or the most common ways that's done. RAS, or recirculating aquaculture technology, the reason why we do it, it increases control, minimize water usage, We can go with a much higher density. Biosecurity is a very important aspect of it. We can have year-round growing, and there's not a limit in the species that we can do. We just have to understand their biology first and how to reproduce them. The problem is, the reason why I have that asterisk on there is just because we can do the species does not necessarily make it a good candidate, just because of the cost of doing it or the market. We probably wouldn't want to grow salmon here in Florida, which we do have a farm that's doing that. Does it make economic and financial sense, first of all? And then RAS is really important because it gives us a much more controlled environment in which to culture our species. Again, minimize water usage, conserves heat if we have to heat or cool the system. It really decreases water demand because I can culture at a much higher, much greater density, and I can filter and treat that water. Definitely increase biosecurity for escapes and introduction of other species. I can deal with controlled environment, and gives me a lot of control, and it controls the animal growth, where I can dictate the volume in which I do based on the market needs. One of the things that we should probably look at more in RAS is the sustainability of RAS, maybe lower head application, a lower energy system, zero or near zero discharge, and lower trophic species. We tend to do a lot higher trophic species, kind of like tuna or salmonids. We don't tend to do like tilapia or other species like that. In other parts of the world where milkfish, tilapia, lower trophic species tend to do quite well in our markets, in their markets. We can also add in aquaponics, or do a biofloc system or a green water system. It can be incorporated or part of RAS. The difference between some of the species that we talk about, every time we talk about RAS, all it is just a recirculating aquaculture system. So most time people think about it as just commercial size, but hobby, education system, basic entry level, small scale system, and vertically integrated system. All of these are recirculating system. These are some of the basic components that we'll be talking about. The fish culture tank, the aeration or oxygenation input, disinfection, waste, solid removal, biological filtration, and removal of CO2 as our density goes up. And then some of the other components that we'll barely touch on is what we do with that waste process, mineralize it, go into other system like aquaponics or a biofloc type system. Some minor stuff that we do tend to overlook sometimes is monitor control, and then we also have to deal with biosecurity. Production systems really should be supported by credible design. I've seen so many systems that is trying to reinvent the wheel or haven't done the research, and they're making the same mistakes that I see year after year after year. Also, when designing a RAS system, or before purchasing an existing system, you should undertake a really comprehensive financial analysis to identify acceptable level of investment. So you're doing basically a kind of a walkthrough, due diligence on the system. and which is very commonly overlooked. I'm not sure why that is. It's just like any other investment, any other business. You kind of have to do that due diligence. Again, don't recreate the wheel. Work on some existing technology. Learn on the mistakes of others. That will help so much financially, and not repeat some of the more common mistakes. And then also how and when to best integrate certain components. Detail is definitely in the proper design. I could probably do a book or a series of presentation just on incorrect designs. Beware of Ackerscheisters or paper engineer who sells you design or pre-done system. That's really important. I see a lot of systems that are not suitable for certain species. One of the more common ones I've seen just recently is a salmonid system sold for someone that is doing a marine warm water species, and the system failed after about a year and a half. Some really, really terrible design. If you look at this pipe, it's not supported except for these pieces of plastic that's under this cradle. So these small mistakes, they add up significantly. That's a 36-inch diameter pipe. That's a lot of weight on that little point loading. Here's another system. These are overflow or drains flowing. There's actually 14 of these things. I've only caught like 12 in the photo, but all going into a common drum filter. Originally, they didn't even have any type of label, so they didn't even know which drain was which. We finally had them label it, but it's still a nightmare to deal with. So just proper design will save you all kinds of headache and mortality. Basic components we'll touch on is culture tank, water movement, pumping, filtration, both mechanical and biological, gas control, whether we're oxygenating, aerating, or degassing in the system, disinfection, UV, ozone, and then basic monitor and controls. The crucial factors in a tank design is where the drain is located, the return manifold design, width to height ratio, optimal drain design is so far is basically the Cornell dual drain system. The drain from the side receives the majority of the flow, and the bottom drain takes just a heavy effluent. And that way you can kind of divide up the flow and go with a smaller mechanical filtration, which is a pretty major cost. Tank design and material. Material for tanks should be constructed in something that's very durable, smooth, inert, and non-toxic, of course. Tank construction that we see out there, most common are fiberglass, HDPE, which is the high density polyethylene, concrete that has a treated or a coating on it, steel with epoxy or with a glass coating, which is very common also, and then a corrugated steel with a liner. Corrugated steel is usually grain silos pieces, and then it has a liner to protect it and to maintain water volume. Some basic design for return manifold. And this design is very simple. It gives a good water distribution. In the old days, we just had a pipe come into a tank, and that was it. But as the tank size grew, and as the dimensions and volume and density grew, we had to make better designs in order to get the correct flow and help flush that waste out of that system much faster and get it into filtration. Water movement. Pumps are a very common device. Sizing is very dependent on system volume and your turnover rate. Standard turnover rate is anywhere from every 30 to 60 minutes. Most of the time we deal with is mostly in the 60-minute range. One turnover every 60 minutes or every hour. Types of pump include centrifugal pump, which are kind of the more common swimming pool pump, like the very bottom here. the vertical turbine, which are very large pumps, the bright red one in the upper right-hand corner, basic submersible pump, upper left-hand corner. Be careful with the submersible pump. You got to understand that there's electricity in the water and also oils that are usually used to cool and lubricate the pump. So make sure you get this suitable pumps. The magnetic-driven pumps tend to be a little bit smaller, maybe not for huge commercial system, but they're pretty nice and they're good for saltwater environment. Instead of have a shaft running through it, it has magnetics to drive the impeller. There's electricity in the water and also oils that are usually used to cool and lubricate the pump. Filtration, we're going to talk about mechanical filtration first. So mechanical filtration is designed to remove the solids in a recirculating aquaculture system. RAS really should incorporate separate treatment stream, double drain for settlements, for settleable solids of 100 greater than 100 micron. That will help reduce some of the backwashing. Mechanical filters should treat all water. There shouldn't be any type of side stream to mechanical filtration. All the water that's in your system or recirculating should go through some type of mechanical filtration. And then the maximum size of mechanical filtration should probably be greater than 60 micron for aquaponics because we don't want to filter out some of the trace nutrients. But for aquaculture, they're tending to go much finer. 40 is pretty standard, but more and more systems are going down to 20 microns. And sizing of these size particle filtration is based on flow rate and loading, so milligrams per liter, so parts per million, basically. Mechanical filters should be able to be cleaned easily, backwash, and it should have a minimum or minimize the amount of water it takes to clean them. In the old days, we used a lot of sand filter that channeled and stuff like that, and it took quite a volume just to backwash your mechanical filtration. Basic rule of thumb, for every pound or every kilo of feed, you're going to end up with 0.3 pounds or 0.3 kilos of solids. So basically a third of your solid is going to come from your amount of feed that you put in. These are some basic particle size that each type of filter is able to filter out, the ranges of it. Drum screen filter is probably the most common and most prolific used for the larger system for sure. And they're nice because they actually remove the waste continuously out of the system. So they're not trapping and holding that waste so it leaches out. It's actually removing it from the system as it collects it. And the variety of screens sizes is excellent. They go as low as 19 micron and as high as 150. And they can be used in a gravity fed or a low pressure system. And again, it is self-cleaning, which is very important. This is the basic mechanics of how a drum filter works. There's a technology that's you're seeing more and more of it now is the disc filter. It works on the same principle, but is in disc and has a lot more surface area. There is a significant price increase with the disc filter, but it's usually for much larger size system, greater flow rate and loading. Here are some of the drum filters that are most prevalent in the industry. And I would use a credible or a well-known brand. There are some off-brands or some that's been developed in the koi industry. They don't tend to be as robust, and they don't tend to have the technical support or the parts as in replacement parts. Bead filters and sand filter is a medium. It can be backwash with either increased flow or some type of blower or drop mechanism. That creates a stirring of the media. There are medium bead filters are usually medium pressure, and then sand filter or glass media filter are high pressure, and they're very common, very readily available. Here's some examples of bead filters. If you see the one on the far left, it has a prop wash. It helps with the agitation of the media. So during backwash, that prop kicks on, and it helps agitate and breaks up that waste media a little bit better. The second one from the left, it has a drop action where it helps agitate that waste, agitate that medium, and separates the waste. The one in the middle has a blower. They're jacuzzi type blowers, the same blowers used to make jacuzzi tubs. It agitates that fixed bed in there, and it helps facilitates the cleaning of that bed. The last one on the far right is has a drop filter mechanism, and it induces air into a bottom chamber, and then when that air becomes a certain volume, it trips the trigger, and it creates a backwash. Swirl separators and settling filters are very passive, but they tend to only filter out much larger solids. The nice thing is there's very little or no energy is needed to run them. Excellent for removing large solids, like I said, but it usually has to be combined with additional filtration, additional mechanical filtration. Here's an example of a swirl separator, and then there's some updated design of swirl separators that are radial flow separator. The example of the drawing on the far left is a radial flow separator. The one in the middle is actually a homemade one at University of Virgin Island. This is back in Jim Ricosi days for his aquaponic system. The one on the far right there is a homemade system that works quite well. It uses a bunch of swimming pool pond skimmer. It was also for an aquaponics facility. The Hydrotech belt filters, or just belt filters in general, are phenomenal. They work really well at separating the solid waste from the water. But they are very, very expensive, and they tend to be used more in dewatering type of application. Very expensive, and mechanically a little bit more to work. Service has to be needed for operation. The next filtration we're talking about is biological filtration for nitrifying filters. The biological filters are essential components of RES and aquaponics. Anything to deal with living organism, we need to treat that nitrification cycle, right? So the dimensions of biological filter can be determined through mass balance calculation. So based on the number or the volume or the weight of feed that you put in, you know how much ammonia you'll be producing. And then we can calculate on what's the actual size of biological filter we need. It's all based on surface area. And so the bacteria needs a certain amount of surface area to grow on, and then you know you need a certain amount of bacteria to treat a particular volume of ammonia. This is very important. Most people, when they size biological filters, they're just talking about surface area. You really should be talking about usable surface area. Here's a really simple rule of thumb, is the process in nitrification. So ammonia oxidizing bacteria, Nitrosomonas, and then nitrite oxidizing bacteria, Nitrobacter. This is pretty common. The biofiltration unit process really you should go through a mechanical filtration first before you go through biological filtration. And in order to do that, you do that in order to maintain a better biological filter. You're not clogging it up with waste, so always go through mechanical filtration first. Nitrification, again, it's all about surface area, but usable surface area. So it's just an area or a place where the bacteria can live and be safe from competition. And these are aerobic process, so make sure they're well aerated or there's a certain amount of DO in the system. Basic rule of thumb for every kilogram or pound of feed you put in, 0.03.
Okay, kindly let us.
If you go either way, will be ammonia.
Let us sit down so that you can start. Time is not on our side, please.
Biofiltration, the process, if you're looking at 1 gram of ammonia produced, you're putting out, you're producing 4.4 grams of nitrate and then 5.9 grams of carbon dioxide. So that's pretty significant. And it also consumes 4.34.
For those who are outside, please let's come in.
So in reality, your biofilter is actually consuming more O2 than your fish at times. And then it's also consuming 7.15 grams of alkalinity. A lot of times I see this when
good afternoon.
Customers or clients call me and they say, hey, our system's having a high nitrite problem. And that usually occurs in the beginning when they're starting up their system, or someone else has undersized their biofilter. And most of the time when they undersize it, they look at total surface area and not looking at usable surface area. Or there's not enough oxygen or DO in their biofilter. Because remember, this is an aerobic process. Biofiltration, these are some low head biofilter design. The moving bed or the mixed bed bioreactor, that's that colonist media, the plastic media that tumbles that you see in many systems. The trickling or the downflow biofilter. RBC is another very common one.
In our group,
although you don't see it as much anymore due to the weight gain over time. And then the submerged biofilter. This one I have to say with an amount of caution. The submersible biofilter or submerged biofilter has to be done correctly. They tend to be much harder to clean.
There was a general consensus that
the moving bed, I guess I have some bias because that seems to be the most robust. And coming from Florida, we go through power outage a lot of time during hurricane season, and they tend to be much more robust than any other system that we've used. These are some mixed bed bioreactor or the moving bed bioreactor. All it is media agitated, and water, your system water flows through it. So if you look at that system on the bottom left-hand corner, it goes through the drum filter first.
People that we had
see the drum filter at the
matching points were basically around the fact that
then it goes into the biofilter.
Most of the people in my group realized that Joy was going to provide them with opportunity,
flow biofilter.
In terms of,
it has a media in a container, and then water is trickled down into it. They can be very efficient.
We're going to provide them with an opportunity in terms of
cheap. If you're talking about
one of them is addressing curriculum
micro
development.
beads, which is a polystyrene bead that you could find in a beanbag chair. There is a static charge on those, and
providing
with those
an
things,
opportunity for
they get everywhere.
Internship.
When you're pouring into
some of the people.
It is relatively cheap.
The
only drawback is over time it does get compressed.
So they realize that
your system, and
by them being involved in Joy, it's an opportunity for them
RBC, or
tap
rotating
into
biological
the
contactor.
opportunities in
They
renewable
were
energy,
popular
in
at
terms
one
of
time, not
digitization,
as much anymore.
and in terms of also greening the value chain, because some of them are
The
maybe
older
some are
design
in
had
poultry,
a
some
shaft
are
running through the center,
running
and it
plantations.
had a driving motor.
So they could be able to tap
Over
into
time,
some
though,
of
it
those
got
services
extremely
which are
heavy,
being provided through the hubs.
and the steel
But then
shaft
there was
of
also
a 2-inch or
another
3-inch
opportunity
diameter
in terms
even
of
would
changing,
bend
the
over time,
mindset of the youth.
and then the driving motor would burn out.
And
Later on, they
also
developed
development
ones
of curriculum, because
like
we
the
had
ones on
the
the left
TVET
there.
as well as
They float, and they had a weir in the
Now,
center of
but
the
in terms of the
roller,
incentives,
and it uses air.
there
so
was
it
also
looked like a water
realization,
wheel
because
with air in reverse.
there's an
and
opportunity
it,
which is being
rotated
provided
them
under
that way.
Joy.
Over time, what happened
And the
though,
opportunity
is
is
the
basically
bacteria
there
did not
with
build
the issue around tapping into the trainers that Joy could be able to provide in the areas that I've mentioned, of either digitization, renewable energy, and the green value chain, as well as providing facilitation of trainers. Because someone said, I run a poultry, but it should work in such a way that as I provide an opportunity for this youth to learn, I should also be able to benefit from the hub or in the satellites in training me. So there's that cross-learning effect that comes up. And then also the benefiting from support in terms of infrastructure that could come along with the Joy project. That, if there's some infrastructure that comes into the Joy project, I should be able to tap into it. The other, yes, I think that sums it up for us. We don't have anything more. Thank you.
Let's give them a clap. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Group 2. Oh, group 3. Group 2. Huh? Right. Okay. As they finish something smaller, let's have group 3, then group 2 will present. Kindly.
Good afternoon. These are some of the findings from group 3. Group 3, we had major representation from government, extension services, and local government with 2. Then we also had representation from youth group, represented by 1 member. And also we had a representation from the non-governmental organization, represented by 1 NGO. So in terms of the future of youth in agribusiness in Kilifi, some of the findings indicated that there would be facilitation in terms of registration of more groups, and the capacity building of more groups. That's from the social development services. For another stakeholder, who is ASDSP, they indicated that the future of the youth in Kilifi would form part of a pool of youth-based TOTs who are experienced on GAP, that's good agricultural practices, and also on good poultry husbandry, because they have like a lot of training, kind of capacity building that are already going on, and the future will be formed by youth becoming service providers within those the value chain that they're supporting. That's for ASDSP. Then equally for the youth group, the future is that there will be more informed and well-trained youth that can set up their own enterprises that are very experienced and effective in production, in marketing, in terms of using of ICT facilities to penetrate, markets that are, maybe within and without our borders. So that's the future in terms of, the youth future in Kilifi County. When we move to the next segment, on the matching points, the social services department indicated that, they see, a synergy in terms of onboarding of youth, because the department works with the, registration of youth groups and, training on group dynamics. So they see a place where, we can work together in terms of, identifying, the beneficiaries. The matching points for that. And when we move to ASDSP, they indicated that they can also, leverage on, their trainers to get capacity development through the hubs, and also, to because the SDSP, they do training on, improving on production, but they personally they don't develop the curriculum. So they also are looking at maybe leveraging on the curriculums, especially because we have between Joy three common value chain, that's chili, chicken, and cassava. So they're looking at maybe leveraging on the curriculums that we are going to develop, and see, because they only provide trainers but they don't develop the curriculum. So maybe they will tap into what we will develop so that they can better equip their trainers. So that's an area where they have an interest as well. Then for the non-governmental organization, the area of where the area of interest in terms of matching with the Joy project, they've indicated that they can see, involving in training of youth within the hub on use of a digital application which they've developed. And also they are looking at, in the value chain of cassava, they can provide clean planting materials if the youth that we are going to be involving are involved in the production node. That is, if they're involved in the production node, then they can support in the provision of clean, planting material, seed planting materials. Another area of interest for them would be they predominantly train on production, but they are looking at also adding, the component of including entrepreneurial skills. So they're looking at maybe getting their TOTs to, get some training through the hubs, so that they can impact, entrepreneurial skills on top of, measuring on production. And also the fifth one is they are offering internship opportunities, which also they look at maybe the youth that are passing through the hubs can, in the areas of interest, in the value chain of interest, especially cassava, can get internship opportunities at the organization. The last bit on the incentives, the government, extension services and local government are looking at, of course, supporting on mobilization, and also, looking at sharing on opportunities of, development of the modules and the curriculum in terms of cost sharing and looking at ways of working together. They're also looking at, in terms of SDSP, they're looking at, enhancement of the value chain, of capacity of value chain actors to organize trainings for their beneficiaries through the hubs. So SDSP will be looking at that. Then also they are looking at sharing of resources in training, in incubation, and in linkages, as the project is, predominantly on production. So they are looking at also on leveraging on, the databases that we are going to develop for, market linkages, financial service providers, so that they can, use the services of the hub to, make their beneficiaries have better markets and, have easier financial access. So that's pretty much what Group 3 have been able to do, and we are still, consulting so that we can consolidate more. We were not through, so that's where we were. So thank you.
A clap for Group 2. Okay. Okay. So let's give Group 2 another chance.
Let me start as it tries to at least give us a visual. In our group, we had representatives from government departments or government agencies or public sector agencies that are participating in projects. We had youth. We had one public sector micro enterprise. And yeah, I think, and the county government, Department of Education. So, very quickly, in terms of government extension services and local government, what's the future? From the fisheries perspective, the future in agribusiness looks like there'll be a decline in nearshore areas, fishing, as people continue to use more mechanized methods for further to fish, and also that people will begin to also use more mechanized methods to go further to fish and get more produce as a result of the decline in fish nearshore areas. There will be an increase in uptake of capture fish as opposed to especially other species, and also there will be a venture into other value chains. So what are the incentives to participate? In a nutshell, from that perspective, that department is willing to participate in, or rather not incentives to participate, but matching points. Generally, it's on onboarding of youth, participation in technical, TAG, provision of technical knowledge on aquaculture, especially BDS services, linkages with private sector in the obtaining of fingerlings, for example, and that's where they can link, and also linkages to potential employers in the sector. What are the incentives to take part in JOY? I think the major incentive that they said is to increase production through better fisheries practices as a result of the skills that are gained by the youth who will be trained. Then there's attachment to commercial vessels as an incentive to participate. On the part of KSEP KRAL, what is the future? Is that youth are willing to increase their capacity, their production capacity, and also the involvement of youth in conservation agriculture or climate smart practices. There will be more involvement as a result of KSEP KRAL initiatives. What are the matching points between that particular project and JOY? Mainly in supporting youth as peers in mentorship and training, because they have already done some training, especially on climate smart initiatives, and the involvement of youth in climate smart agriculture. Incentives to participate, it's mainly around the ensuring the sustainability of KSEP KRAL incentive, especially as an IFAD investment, because KSEP KRAL is an IFAD investment. They will also be willing to be involved in curriculum development where it relates to climate smart approaches. The TVET system, those are some of the, not education, that's the future. How does the county government see that in terms of the education and ICT department? That there'll be a future in educating youth on the potential of agribusiness, because the uptake currently is very low. So there's a lot of potential in educating or investing in educating the youth on agribusiness, and also encouraging them to join agricultural training programs through capitations. Capitations is where they support, for example, youth that come to Pwani University with a certain fee. So Then what are the matching points? Onboarding, building capacity of the TVET system, availing partners to teach at the TVETs, because, for example, Startup Africa, who are their partners, and CAPIE, who are already involved in initiatives here. Are they? Is that the correct position, Professor? Or CAPIE and Startup Africa. Anyway, yeah, so and then there's digitization of key services, in the sense that the county is already trying to digitize some of those services, for example, procurement for efficiency, as well as linkages with the private sector. What are the incentives to participate? Building the capacity of instructors at the TVETs, improving the facilities here, especially from their side, revising curriculum to include elements of renewable energy and green jobs, sharing costs of the youth in attachments, because they already have, or they support some of the youth and they can share. So they're already saying, okay, fine, if you're putting in 10,000, well, and we were already putting in 10,000, maybe we can even train more youths. And then they're also willing to share the database of potential employers as an incentive, because that then creates the linkage with wage employment. Let me go down quickly to the youth representatives. And those were the last. Sorry, there was one from the public sector supporting access to microfinance. That is the Women Enterprise Fund. What is the future for the youth in agribusiness from their perspective? They see more resource allocation from the Women Enterprise Fund into agribusiness. That's what they are seeing. And then they also see more skilled youth participating in agribusiness, especially women. Matching points between Women Enterprise Fund and JOY, participation in training and mentorship, linkages with private sector. They have cited, for example, just one company on cashew nut, but they have other connections with private sector. Advertisement of services offered, so they can be able to sell JOY within their initiatives, as long as, and this came from one of the members, or rather the representatives of WEF, as long as the members targeted will also be beneficiaries of this program. They are also willing to share the women in business database with JOY. Then again, they, as Women Enterprise Fund, are willing to share the costs of training and also share the costs of internship. Lastly, youth. Takaungu Boda Boda and Kazungu Tambo of Galana Vision. Those are from the fish and cereal value chain. So what's the future of youth in agribusiness? They see, more youth getting into agribusiness, especially in the fisheries sector, as long as storage facilities are available. They also see a relatively stable supply of fish from the ocean, as long as they're able to fish much more inside. And improved sources of income and employment through value addition, if they're able to do value addition. Same applies to maize, value addition, improvement of maize production through climate smart processing technologies. Matching points, partnerships with JOY in terms of availing their members for training. So they are willing to do that, give us their members and say, okay, this number of members from this group, from our group, can go for training. And then capacity building also to manage the enterprises, and potential collaboration in terms of certification and standardization. Incentives to participate, technology and knowledge transfer, green jobs training. That was very important for them. They said, oh, that's the future for us. If we can get training on green jobs, we know we have a steady source of employment into the future, because that is, what's currently coming in terms of the job market. Also digital marketing opportunities, and certification and transition into fully fledged companies. Sorry for taking long, but yeah, that's what we came up with.
A clap for Eric. I was in charge of Group 4, so I will do my presentation. I will start with the bottom-up economy. So we'll have 2 youth organizations, one from the cereals value chain, one from the dairy value chain. What is the future of youth that they see? They both pointed out more employment, whether self or wage, and like one pointed out, potential employment, whether direct or indirect. Matching points between you and Joy to offer, that is, create like a mini hub within the youth organization for other enterprising youths that will gain skills, knowledge, mentorship, coaching, so that they can also enhance themselves and develop their enterprises. The second one was provide a platform for onboarding of the youth so that they can also improve on their enterprises. So the incentives. They will also like to be to create an opportunity where the youth can be able to have capacity building forums. The other one is to create opportunity to employ, like one of the youth organizations said, they employ both directly and indirectly. So it's also an incentive for other youth that other youth organizations can provide such an opportunity. And like the third one, also provide a platform where they can have an exchange program through learning journeys or benchmarking opportunities. Then let's move to the next category. I had persons with disabilities. Mr. Adams was the representative. So what was his future for the youth of agribusiness? He said there are opportunities that exist for persons with vulnerabilities and disabilities in the various value chains, and especially on the target nodes like digital marketing and digital platforms. We are aware some may have physical disabilities where they cannot move or to do heavy lifting, but they can be able to use their wit and also engage in digital marketing and such. What are the matching points? Joy, the matching points with Joy, they can be able to provide an opportunity to capacity build through training, mentorship, and coaching. And what is the incentives? They can provide onboarding of the youth disabled and the vulnerable in agribusiness for employment on wage basis. And there are those who can be able to gain skills and also start their own enterprises. So that is an incentive on their part. Then moving forward, we had representatives from the TVETs. There's Peter Kahiga from Pwani University, and also from the main hub, we also had Colib from Egerton University, Brian. Their future for the youth in agribusiness. So opportunities are there in markets, which are raised by the demand in agricultural products, factored by the rising population growth. The other point was the opportunities in the digital sector where youth can venture in marketing and also facilitating financing of the enterprises. There are also matching points to develop a curriculum that will encompass skill sets and knowledge for youth in various value chains. The second one being dissemination of research and development knowledge, and also willingness to provide on-farm experience that can improve entrepreneurial skills. Incentives. There's an incentive of placements. There are incentives of apprenticeship. There are also wage employment incentives. So whether it's a TVET or it's a hub, there are such opportunities or incentives for the youth. And then our last but not least, we had Sonia Kabibi from NARI under the Public Sector Government Extension Service and Local Government. Where does she see the future? One, there's a lot of opportunities in the various value chains, and especially where she works. They have dairy, they have poultry, they are working on other things. So there's a lot of opportunities for youth where they can venture, whether within the node or within the value chain itself. What will be the matching point? They can assist in tapping existing youth that are ready to venture into the various value chains. They can provide, they can match by providing wage employment. They can match by providing attachments or placements. They can match by giving entrepreneurial skills, by capacity building. They can also assist with business development linkages, market linkages. So there are a lot of matching points from that end. When you are looking at incentives, the youth can be able to obtain inputs, whether it's poultry, they can get incubators, they can get chicks for rearing. They can be able to give such incentives. Number two, they can also assist where we talk about creating linkages into the market. They can offer such incentives. So whether it's from the main hub, the youth can be able to get such incentives. Number three, they can capture more youth into the wage employment bracket. Number four, they can also capture youth into the placements, attachments bracket. And they can also capture youth under the self-employment bracket through their business development and capacity building initiatives. So that's all for group 4. Simnipigia makofi. Mmeshalala. Number 5 as we move on. Okay. Kindly keep it short, eh? Okay. Number 2. Yeah? Number 2. Oh, I want to present. Number 2.
Good afternoon. We have one representative from the TVET system, one from the NGO, 2 from the input supplies, and yeah, that's all. So let me start from the input supplies. Future for youth in agribusiness in Kilifi will be employment of more youth, and also 2 will be expansion of services, that is the vet services and agrovet, and there will be also be digital marketing. The second participant will be learning centers for the youths, and also could provide alternative capture centers for fish. And then we'll also have sources of market in the coast region and also international. This one could also help in marketing of their fish and also of the products. In matching points for the input supplies, we can these organizations can provide attachment areas for the students in animal science production. They can provide the TOT in the input supplies. They can also help in gap identification and also improvement. And here the main gap in common is the youth. We also have got the trend joy students can also get employment in the same region. For the TVET system, we have a future of youth agribusiness in Kilifi. It could provide funding for youth enterprises. We could also have got coordination and the follow-up of youth programs and incubation, that is after going through the institution and getting the knowledge, see what they are doing outside there. We could also have got an enhanced region mentorship, that is along the coast regions, after training and going through the programs, and we can also enhance that one by teaching them or training them the marketing, bookkeeping, and also linkages in the industry. What's the matching point with the Joy? The Joy could help in we can have resource persons for mentors and also trainers. There could be linkages and partnership. The TVET could provide an incubation centers for Joy, and then this TVET institution also can provide general advisory to the hub. Now that the TVET has got individuals for different disciplines. Incentives for them. The Joy can help in the development of infrastructure, specifically the ICT labs that can support these institutions as well as the community, because some of these community members, they need some of these agriculture information which are online, but access them may become a problem. We also have got resources for business support services and follow-up. The institution will be interested in following up the students after training to know what they are doing outside there, but logistics for the follow-up may become a challenge. So if Joy can come up and maybe help in logistics, then they'll be grateful. Then in the input supplies, the incentives will be these input supplies organizations could also cover for trainings. The Joy could cover for the trainings that they provide for their students. They could cover for insurance, medical cover, even for accidents. The Joy also could also help in facilitating them for training. They be trained, but at a fee. So if Joy could come and maybe pay part of the fee, could be good. You also have one for traders of agricultural produce. In the incentives, these traders of agricultural inputs could provide the following incentives. The Joy could provide the following, like mentoring and coaching them for jobs, because you know that the Joy will be having the theory and the practical. So they will provide avenues for coaching and mentoring them for jobs. And then we have got help them procure some of the value addition equipment, like the ones dealing with the fish and what have you, could help them find or even secure and buy some of this equipment so that they could work well. Otherwise, thank you.
Let's have the final group, group 6. Karibu sana. Kindly keep it short. But I will allow you.
Please. Thank you. I really fought it hard not to present here, but it has gotten me again. So allow me go through what members of Group 6 discussed in their plenary session. I'll start from down upwards. We had the civil society represented by a women group, and the future of the youth. This group observed that as a future perception, there's an increase in the interest among women in agripreneurship in Kilifi County. And then it was also observed that more women are getting involved in decision making and leadership, and this is supportive of agribusiness. in terms of the matching points, it was observed that, or it was suggested that women have more opportunities and power to reach more women and youth into agribusiness, and particularly because of their tendency to group up. They easily group up compared with men. So that's quite a strength that Joy will reap from. Then the incentives that they will seek is acquisition of funds or funding that will help the women in entrepreneurial growth. Then we have another category here, that is the employers, with whom we got a few. One from Equator Kenya Limited, and according to him, as he represented that sector, is that the future of the youth is in the engagement of this youth in production, in the production node, and sourcing for market for the products. And here we looked at it generally because we are looking at different value chains, which in this case, the private sector is able to not only facilitate the production node of it, because in our value chain there are several nodes, but also sourcing for the market. Because there has been that outcry among the youth that yes, we are producing, but we are not able to sell. And once there is no selling, then it again has a boomerang effect backwards. You find the production again goes down because there is no market. So that is quite an important aspect from the private sector. Then the matching point here is that the private sector is capable of offering internships for more youth in their organizations at a capacity that the organization can hold. Now, the issue of internship, I remember the other time we were talking about some aspects here. There is internship, there is apprenticeship, there is attachment. So these are terms that can be used almost similar, but their objectives differ. And this private sector would strongly come in to offer this apprenticeship, internships, and attachment for the youth trainees that will be training in agribusiness. The incentives they sought were support, co-funding or funding support to improve on production. And the particular interest here is the element of the quality of the product. Because you don't just want to produce fish of what quality. Is it table fish? Is it market fish? Are they fingerlings? Are they of the right quality? What, that's what the private sector is interested in. Otherwise, you may produce something in mass and fail to market it because of quality issues. So if funding can be availed, then it will be possible to get that good quality or right quality. Then we had some representatives from the TVET sector or system here, of whom I'm one of them. I'm from Shamberere Technical Training Institute in Kakamega County. And we also had Mr. Lishenga here, who is directly involved with the, I'm told, the TVET services or something like that in this institution. Now, the future here is that under TVET, we are currently providing a competence-based training. Actually, it's the CBC of technical, doing it practically, but also here the element of the industry-driven training is coming in. So if the TVETs can do this, I think the youth have a future here. Then there is also the opportunity in the ease of access of quality training, with presently government policy requiring that every constituency must have a TVET center. I want to believe that in Kilifi there are so many constituencies, and Kilifi can produce so many of those TVET centers where youth can access these trainings in agribusiness and other supporting trainings. Then there's the opportunity of training of trainers, the TOTs, in these centers, basically because the people handling the training in these TVET centers are also trained to train. So they will train trainers to train trainees. So that is an opportunity. We are not going to again outsource or source trainers when we have them. And that is an opportunity we can harness on. In terms of matching points, there is a constant updating of the curriculum to meet industry needs. And this is quite of interest, remembering the TRA, the technical training report that talked about, that brought about the CBET that we are now working on as TVET. Then there is, and of course, by the way, the private sector, this is what married the private sector and the education sector. So they were brought together because of this competence, through this competence-based training, where, just allow me to say that, where industry players were saying that, fine, you are giving us trainees, but they are not able to do what we want them to do. So they were again taking the youth back to retrain after their graduation. So that is a bridging, and it has abridged so well. Then we have reskilling and technical support for trainers. That is particularly in appropriate technologies, in APROTEX. As technologies change, you may need to retrain or to reskill those trainers, and that can be gotten well from the TVET. Then there is the capacity to have or to host innovation and incubation centers for technologies towards mentorship and coaching. Then last on that, maybe lastly there, because of time, in terms of incentives, co-funding still comes up, then which of course at an agreeable capacity. Then exchange programs between hubs. I think that one comes in very well, because you may find Kilifi has a strength in a certain area, which is also duplicated in Nakuru, but Nakuru does not have that capacity. So you can exchange, have some exchange program, and that will boost the outcomes of those trainings. Then there's the issue of trainee placements in terms of attachments, internships, and apprenticeship. If Joy can come in to facilitate or support, to support those not exchange, but placement of the people that will be training under this program. The last group here was the government, extension services, and local government. We had two representatives, one from the county government, that is the county agricultural development officer, and another one from the national government, that is KEMFRI. And because most of these are repeating, allow me to look at the opportunities, the future. The future here, that is what I look at only, then the others will have another day for it, perhaps. The future here is in transportation services. Then we also have post-harvest services or activities. And being an agriculture engineer, I would hang on that, because you find we produce a lot, but we lose more. Almost 70% that we produce, we lose because of poor post-harvest practices or technologies. So if the youth can embark on it, it will save a lot. It will bring the society together into a more productive regime. Then service provision in the various value chains identified for this county. That includes planting services, shelling services, and many others. And lastly there, we're talking about value addition, which almost goes together with post-harvest, but this one is to increase the value of the product that you are giving. Thank you so much.
A clap for Group 6. Thank you for participating in the session. I'll give my colleague here so that to wind up.
Okay, thank you very much. It was indeed a very candid presentation, and I think there's something that you can take home from the presentation. So I would like to request that because of time, there's another group that is just eagerly waiting for outside. They need to come in. Now I would like us to go to the closing remarks. What we'll do is that we'll sit down and put everything together, and because you already have your contacts, we'll share. And of course, because this is a continuation, we'll always have engagement as you continue. So please allow me now to call Professor Semenye, the Dean, to give us closing remarks. Welcome, Prof.
Yeah, for closing remarks, you don't have to worry because I'm not a man of very many words. I'm usually very short in terms of words. But what I would like to say is that I'll leave this room today very happy, knowing that when the project is in full implementation, we will be talking of 125 jobs times 5 for this particular area. That is a very big number. And if that one cannot make a difference here, then I don't know what will make a difference in this particular area. So to me, I go home very happy. And also from what we are going to receive later on, I think it will be of great value to each and everyone, because creation of one job means quite a lot. You know, in the past, jobs were created by owning a matatu. And you know, at that time, owning a matatu was about 1 M. So in a matatu, how many people work in? The driver and his assistant. So from 1 M, you have created how many jobs? Only 2. So I see here a big opportunity of creating very many jobs that are long-lasting, that will not be able to fill our hospitals' casualties, and people will be much happier and proud of it. So to me, it's great. So look at it in terms of how much it costs to create one particular job. I would also want to say that I wish the Chief Justice was here today, or the judiciary was here today, because there is no better example of public participation better than this one. If you can think of a better one than this one, let me know, so that we can be able to improve. But this was excellent in the sense that everyone participated and everyone was free to speak. It's only that now the final dossier will come to you in a form of a letter or in form of an email. So that to me is still very good. At the farm, we usually name calves that are male or female depending on the season. I think the next calf that we are going to get from the farm, I will call it Joy, so that we can always remember this particular occasion. And I hope it will be a female calf that will be very productive, so that we will always remember. Am I supposed to do both of them? Yes, and we thought I would want to say, as Pwani University, we are very proud. And we cannot take it for granted that we were picked to be able to be a part of a satellite. Because when we are grouped together with Egerton University, we feel very proud. because Egerton University is the most premier agricultural school in Kenya, and I think in a bigger portion, or in the whole of Africa, they have done very, very, very well. So when we are in that league, we feel very, very, very proud of it. Now, I'm also supposed to do vote of thanks, and probably what I will say, so as not to forget everyone, but if I forget anyone, please forgive me. We thank the Almighty, and we started with a word of prayer for giving us this opportunity for having conducted our activities very well. I also would like to thank our ICT. Only one member is here at the moment, but I'm sure you, and him over here, you convey this message to them. So let me repeat here. We wish to thank ICT very much because of the good job that you have done for us. And there is also another group which is waiting for you to do the same. I also would want to thank our Master of Ceremony, Dr. Gogo, and I think Dr. Gogo has done a good job. In fact, he doubled up as everything. You know, I saw him supplying water and doing other things, and which some masters of ceremonies don't do. They only wear a tie and sit and just give a point. You put there, put there, put there. But I saw him in real action. And I also would want to thank the sponsors. Without their generosity, we wouldn't be here. We talked of IFAD, a premier organization among the CG centers that has funded ILO, Procasa, among them, the counterpart of Ustadi in Chile, and Agro PAV from Cameroon. We are very grateful for that, because if they were not here, we would not be gathered here at this particular time. I also would like to thank the catering side. I think the lunch was reasonably good, and you can only say the lunch was excellent 6 hours after eating. But but so far, I'm trying to be very honest. Very, very much when you travel a lot, you only are sure of what you have eaten 6 hours after. But I think I've not had, I don't think you're going to have any problem. And also what we drank. Now, and finally, I would like to thank Pwani University for these facilities and for having allowed this opportunity for us all to meet here at a very, very short notice, and we are happy. That means we shall be able to run together. You don't have to give us a month notice. You don't have to give us 2 weeks. You give us days, and we are there to go, because we have a common interest. When you don't have a common interest, then one is bound to drag their feet. But we have a common interest to ensure that our youth are self-employed, and at the same time, they are employers, because they have to play both roles. And on that employment issue, I did some study the other day, and I found out that a border costs how much? About 100,000 shillings. If that youth went out and bought an in-calf heifer, around here they are going for about 60,000 shillings. That in-calf heifer would give that youth more money over 2 years than what he would get from the border. And most likely he would not go to a hospital. And most likely he will have no other problems. I keep on telling him the same. And then I tell him, after milking in the evening, wear your tie and go to the mtaa. And you will be earning more than a local teacher. But people don't, those figures, then the statistics that we are going to be gathering is what will be able to convince the youth. Because if you can't understand statistics, then it will be very difficult. Then I finally end by saying I wish to thank everyone, and I'm happy that there are smiles that I can see from you, although the barakoas are hindering the smiles, but I'm sure we are all very happy, and we will go home, and I think there will be a final prayer that the Master of Ceremony will ask to be for an intercessor, and with that, I don't have much more to add.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Please, can we give Prof a better clap? He has done a very wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, I think what we need to do, because we started with God, we need to end with God. And just to remind you, please, we have the 10 o'clock, the 4 o'clock tea. Remember, please don't go, don't leave it with us. You are supposed to take it, so just find a way of putting it somewhere in your stomach. Yes, you can also send it via Uber. So that is good. So please remember that after we are done, just pass by the resource center, just where we took the lunch, and try to make sure that at least you get something just to keep you going. So with that, I don't want to waste a lot of time. Just for updates, if you want to know more about Joy, please, we have a Twitter handle. It's called @joyproject_KE. @joyproject_KE. Please, underscore is just a dash, but it's on the lower side. So if you can follow that, you'll be able to know more information about Joy. Then we also have a Facebook page. It's called Joy Project, just Joy Project. You'll be able to get more information because there are constant updates there. Whatever is happening, any events that are going on, you'll always get there, and anything that is related to Joy. So with that, I would like to call one volunteer. The other time, I think it was a man who prayed for us. I would request that now we have a lady to close for us with a word of prayer, and we'll appreciate. Any volunteer, ladies, please, to close with a word of prayer. Any lady who is going to volunteer? Thank you very much. I appreciate.
Thank you. Shall we stand to pray? Our Father, we thank you for this far you've come with us. We thank you for a productive day that you've given us. We appreciate the discussions and the deliberations that we've shared here in this meeting. We pray that, Lord, as we go out there to implement and to roll out, that you will guide us, you will enable us. As we conclude and break, we pray for journey mercies for those that are traveling. And above all, we pray for the implementation team of this project, that you're going to make a way for them as they roll out the things that we've agreed and discussed here today. Bless this institution, bless all the facilitators, and bless all the participants. We pray all this and give thanks in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much. You can now travel safely. Remember, please, to take your 4 o'clock tea. Don't forget. And have a happy evening.